All right, ladies and gents, action never slows down for the most anticipated off-season tourney in town. Welcome to Season 10 of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, where the best teams, of course, in the region are ready to battle it out for supremacy. Now, this tournament has built a big reputation for delivering unpredictable storylines, jaw-dropping clutches, and of course, the kind of intense rivalries that keep the community buzzing. And tonight, we're taking it to another level. I'm Red Queen, joined by the legendary Sir Cloud, and we're here to guide you through every rotation, every 1v1, and of course, every heart-stopping moment. We got teams in the lobby that are more than ready to put everything down on the line. So ladies and gents, buckle up because this is going to be one heck of a showdown.
It's already like what, 10 editions of Ruthless Invitational Showdowns? Wow, can you believe it? This is basically a decade of editions if you think about it. We should cut a cake. There's a cake.
There should be a cake. You know, the only thing that we're waiting for Ruthless Esports to happen is the LAN event that we have been pushing since, I don't know, day one?
Since day negative. Since forever. We're still waiting for that though. So hopefully in the future we'll get that to happen. Maybe with more of your support out there who's currently watching the live stream. If every single one of you subscribe and more than that, and you introduce this live stream, this off-season tournament to more fans out there, who knows? One day we'll have it and every one of us can gather.
And of course, before we start the matches, ladies and gents, don't forget to subscribe to Ruthless Esports to stay updated with everything that is going on in the community. Again, this is where we all should hang. There will be, of course, an upcoming official tournament, and this is where we will see the teams try to figure out their most effective plan, approach, strategy, gameplay, you name it, it's all here. So don't forget to hit that subscription button.
Yeah, don't forget to support those who support us as well. And for all of you out there, you must be anticipating like, oh, okay, is your favorite team playing? What group are they in? Well, don't worry. All that information is also available on the social medias of Ruthless Esports or Ruthless Esports, depending on which social media that you go to. They are everywhere. They're not only on YouTube, but they're also on Instagram, on Facebook as well. So do follow the social medias of Ruthless Esports for more information, and also the teams that are competing today. In case that you don't remember which group they are in, well, you can always refer to the social media.
And of course, don't forget about your casters. I mean, come on, guys. We're giving you a hype show. We know everything that's been going on in the battlefield as well. We serve you the juiciest and the freshest chicken dinners. So follow us on our social media platforms as well. We're very easy people to find. It has already been spelled out for you. Our names down below. There you go. Red Queen Andy and Sir Cloud MY. So don't miss to also give us a follow, like, and share.
Yeah, in case for whatever reason that you miss out on how the point system is, well, here it is. I don't know who by now doesn't know the point system of PUBG Mobile Esports, right? Like first place in a round, chicken dinner will be 10 points, second place will be 6 points, third place 5 points, fourth place 4 points, fifth place 3 points, sixth place 2 points, seventh to 8th would be 1 point, 9th onwards, unfortunately no points, but per elimination will be 1 point as per usual. So if you're somehow new to it, well, that's the point system.
I mean, if you don't know how it works out, if you don't know the point system, then what are you doing here? Are you really a PUBG Mobile fan? But anyway, talk about the schedule here, ladies and gents. Today marks the first day of the playoffs, May 12th, right? This is May 12th. Okay, it'll happen from May 12th to 17. And of course, for the grand finals, mark your calendars, ladies and gents. It's going to start on the 18th down to 21. So block your schedules and invite your friends for a great, massive watch party to check out your favorite teams.
And we're talking about 10 days straight of games here. No breaks, 10 days straight. And this will be the format here. we will have 3 different groups. So they will be divided A, B, and C. Match 1 and match 4 will be A, B. Match 2, match 5 will be A, C. Match 3, match 6 will be B and C. So 24 teams divided into 3 groups will be playing for 6 days during the playoffs, 6 matches per day. And during the grand finals, only the best 16 teams will go through, and they will play for 4 days with 6 matches every day. So again, mark your calendars, ladies and gentlemen. It will be every day, starting from today until the 21st of May.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to show you guys, of course, the group division. So you'll have a list of all the teams that will be participating in the lobby. The best thing that I could say to you guys is just to take a screenshot so you guys wouldn't be lost, as we progress through the matches for today's event.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? So that you can keep track. You can keep track. But of course, if you're too lazy for that, it's fine. Just stick with us. We'll help you to keep track of that as well along the way too. So coming into our first match here, so it's going to be A versus B. I'm pretty sure, Red Queen, we will have to do the tradition soon. And you know what? The first game is always the hardest because you have absolutely no data, no benchmark on who to pick.
It's a clean slate, so to speak. We don't exactly know what's going to happen in the battlefield. And of course, we're going to have our first match in Erangel. And that's probably the first time we will be seeing all of those teams to get acquainted with one another. And from the Erangel match, I think we will be able to get a whiff of who is in it to win it. I think they're not going to be playing for any money here, Sir Todd. This is all about bragging rights and glory. So I will be looking forward to a lot of 1v1s, a lot of clutches that will be pulled off inside the games. And maybe put them in order, put out a highlight content about this.
Yeah, you know what? Putting out the highlight content is always a flex. I'm pretty sure they'll be looking for that. I mean, it's one thing to put a highlight content if you're playing in, say, your regular classic games. It's another thing to be putting out a highlight content in this kind of off-season tournament. Yeah, the flex is even way higher. So expect for your favorite players to put out content on their own as well. I'm pretty sure they would do that.
And you know what? When I was playing PUBG, I really watch the teams highlight gameplays and my favorite players' highlights as well, just so that maybe I could apply the same tricks, whenever I play my casual games. It's maybe pretend, I'm one of the greatest player in PUBG. But yeah, it's a good way to get motivated, to get some inspiration if you're one of the few who really aspires to be a professional esports player.
It is, no doubt, right? I mean, just looking at how they play, how they rotate, how they move, their timing and all that, that definitely can inspire a lot of the upcoming teams up there. And of course, across the world, there are multiple PMNCs happening. Some have ended. I believe most of them have ended, okay? Most of them should have ended, but based on the current calendar or the current format of PUBG Mobile Esports, everyone from the community has a shot to go pro. So this is also the opportunity for you to learn from the pros itself on how to go pro just by learning from their gameplay or their playstyle.
Exactly. You really need to go through a lot of watch hours, so to speak. But anyway, okay, here we go. I told you guys to take a screenshot, okay? But this will be the group division, ladies and gents. So Group A, you can see we got HORAA, Alter Ego Eris, we've got CelcomDigi, we've got eArena, Team Secret, Glue Squad coming from Indonesia, we've got C1, and 4 Thrives.
Man, I myself need to keep a screenshot here. Yeah, because later we will be asked our quiz, right? Yeah, that's Group A. So in Group B, we have REINCE Esports, we have Claw, and we have VOIN Esports, DRS, Xavier, ASI8, we have VOIN Donkey, FaZe Clan. Group C will be RRQ. AST, we have PTR, we have MGN Vikings Esports, we have Vampire Esports, S10, Talon, and Todak. So again, because we're going to rotate these groups, so in case you don't see your favorite team playing in the next round, they could be back in the following round.
So, okay, I'm just gonna give you guys a little a trip down to memory lane. Okay, so we are already on season 10, right? So season 9, the team that actually dominated Invitational Showdown was Alpha 7. But today, no Alpha 7. I mean, for this event, no Alpha 7. So I do wonder, maybe perhaps we will see... no. I'm not giving you guys any false hope. But yeah, I do wonder, okay, for season 10, who's going to be picking up the crown?
Yeah, don't cast the caster's curse yet.
Oh, no.
The fans and the team themselves will be kind of worried. It's like, oh no, the casters mentioned our name. Oh no. But speaking about names, right? So in case you want to know the updated list of who the players are within your favorite teams, of course, here we have on screen HORAA Esports, Alter Ego, CelcomDigi Alliance, and eArena. But as usual, Red Queen, we're going to see some pseudo names here and there, especially just look at this. eArena. The only one that I could tell is Joker.
Oh my gosh.
No one else.
Yeah. Well, you know how it is, Sir Cloud. This players loves to make things even harder for us, to read their names when we're doing the commentary. But it's okay. We got you guys. No problemo there. To give you guys an introduction, of course, about the teams that will be playing on screen, we can see Team Secret coming from Vietnam. We've got a GLUBLUG, okay, it's a different thing. Champions Esports, okay, coming from Mongolia. And then we've got Thrives Esports as well. Oh, do you know, I do like the kind of pace Thrives is showing us in the recent tournaments. They're pretty aggressive. They're on point when it comes to their rotations. And Falak, Noki, T24, man, they are playing on another level here. So I do wonder if we're going to see that same energy for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
Well, let's see if we get the same energy from REINCE Esports, because these names are very, very familiar. Former 4MV, now currently with this name as for this tournament, that is. Well, in the future, we don't know yet. So let's see if that maintains. Other than that, of course, some other familiar names like D Xavier, we have ASI8 Esports, we have VOIN Donkey, and FaZe Clan. I'm glad that most of these teams, the players, they use recognizable names.
Ooh, okay, wait a minute. So you mean to say, because we were talking about this just moments ago, Sir Cloud, about FaZe Clan and their roster. So, if I'm not mistaken, they were acquired recently, or not recently, okay, maybe last season by Vampire Esports, like the whole roster. So now I assume we have a different set of players for Vampire? Is that it?
Yes, so Vampire took majority of the players from FaZe Clan, and then FaZe Clan, they took a team from PMNC, and then just very, very recent, they took players from, well, pretty much everywhere, I would say, to form the current FaZe Clan that it is. So this is like the third iteration of FaZe Clan, I would say, throughout the entire FaZe Clan journey so far in Pubg Mobile Esports. But other than that, we do have RRQ Ryu, Tribe, Aeromacy, Bigetron Esports, we have MGN Vikings Esports as well, and all these other familiar names like Vampire Esports, S10, Talon, and Todak. So as you can see earlier, as you mentioned about the acquisition of players, Red Queen, Vampire Esports, lots of familiar names here from FaZe Clan like Ventores, like well, technically, okay, Onsens for sure. Well, technically, Meola, aka Mela.
Meola. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, this is like a superstar team, right? If you kind of think about it, like, okay, I'll just summarize it as this. So, Ventores and Onsens, former FaZe Clan. Tony K used to be with Ventores in the previous FaZe Clan, and then you have Schweppes as well, which is the original member of Vampire, and Nuzi. And Meola, aka Mela, used to be from the Infinity. So Vampire Esports right now, they are like putting in like the best of the best superstars that they can find in Thailand together. Basically, is that.
Definitely. Oh man, that is why, we can definitely see a lot of momentum shift happen in the competitive scene. And again, I'm already excited to start our official tournaments. But of course, before we even step into that, we're going to go through the matches in the Invitational Showdown. And talking about Showdown, Tribe Aeromacy again made it or like secured a slot in the PMSL just because they won second place in the PMNC. BTR, man, these guys, they're titans, right? They know how to really play the game. They've been consistent, and I do wonder if we're going to see the same monstrous gameplay as well coming from Bigetron, especially from Federalis.
Oh yeah, he did have a very good first season with BTR.
Yeah.
And looking forward to see how he will continue to perform in the upcoming official season as well. And recently they were competing in a different tournament, and I believe they got a second place finish, which is not bad as well. But of course, every competitive team wants to gain the championship, so they look forward to the upcoming season. But what do we look forward for is the schedule for today. We'll be playing only 2 different maps, Ricky.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, as you can see on the screen here, we have carefully structured a sequence that will test every team's versatility and adaptability. And we're going to prepare, of course, for a lot of thrilling ride across 2 iconic battlegrounds of PUBG. That would be Erangel and Miramar. And you always hear us talk about, versatility and adaptability, because when we have like this kind of rotation, it's not just about like switching maps here. Erangel, Miramar. It's really about forcing teams to like constantly adjust their strategies here. And with every match, the squads, they must rethink their rotations, reposition when it comes to their defenses, and anticipate how their rivals will adapt. So again, no team can really afford to get comfortable, because the moment that they do, the battlefield will shift again. So that is really the challenge that we can see coming from the map sequence.
Yeah, and also to point out to our viewers, no sandhop for now, that is, and I believe this will be the same throughout the entire playoffs. Things might change during the finals later on, so keep in mind on that. And now we're going to start off with Group A and B. Lots of big names here. I mean, every group is stacked if you kind of think about it. Like,
it's
just
true.
so hard to pick one.
It is true. And I'm trying to already memorize all of the teams from Group A and Group B again, to kind of ask myself in my head, of course, like which team am I going to go for when it comes to the prediction, of course. But I know, and I'm just waiting for the production, of course, to give us a go signal to give our... there you go. I've heard it from Mission Control. And you know me, I'm always going to go for my first prediction with HORAA Esports. So make some noise, Purple Hearts. Hello.
Okay, all right. Instead of memorizing, I took the screenshot.
You took the screenshot. Okay.
I took the screenshot, okay? I took the screenshot. All right. So I will go with the, new name of REINCE Esports. I can't really say that that is a new name, right? But yeah, I guess you can kind of say that it's a modified name from their previous name, which is Falcons, now REINCE Esports, which is 4MV, now REINCE Esports. So yeah, so REINCE Esports it is for me. Let's go.
Because they're free agents at the moment, so they're going for REINCE for now. But for Thrives, for production team, not bad at all. I mean, like I said, I've seen these guys play the recently concluded tournament, which is, of course, the Asia Showdown 2025, where they actually played against Indonesia's BTR. And it was very exciting. It was a crazy gameplay all in all. It was actually, two teams are really neck to neck, so to speak. They really played a tug of war when it comes to who will get the top spot in the leaderboard. And at the end of all 15 matches, well, 4 Thrives got the championship title. So well done.
Yeah, that's why production is picking them. It's like, okay, they were champions of a recent tournament, so now maybe they will bring on the momentum to this one. So game one, let's go for 4 Thrives, which is totally understandable, right? I mean, 4 Thrives is also no stranger to our Ruthless Invitational series. So we know that they can put up a good show for us. So it will be interesting to see who will take the first chicken dinner. And of course, we're going to start off with Erangel. Those are our predictions. Man, yeah. I mean, without any proper first game, at least data, it's just putting in the name.
Yep. And again, ladies and gents, of course, we would like to thank our very generous sponsor. We've got Gamivo, of course, as our UC partner. And if in case you guys would love to purchase anything from inside the game, well, you can check out Gamivo. The description had already been provided for you, or the link have already been provided for you in the description. So go look for it and click it and purchase some UC.
Yeah, support those who support us, ladies and gentlemen. So you know that Gamivo is the go-to place to get your UC. And there will be new upcoming collaborations between PUBG Mobile and I believe it's Attack the Titan.
Attack on Titan, yes.
Yeah, is it Attack on Titan? Yeah, it's Attack on Titans. Yeah, there you go.
Do you watch Attack on Titans?
I have not.
Okay, it's okay. It's where those giants eat people. And okay, never mind. Do you watch Attack on Titans? Are you a fan? You should be a fan because it's going to be a great collaboration. I am considering to actually dust my cell phone off and play the game again just because of the skins. That is a thought right there.
I wonder what skins will show up. Like, what are the characters in Attack on Titans that people should look out for?
There's Eren Yeager. There's Mikasa, of course, the legendary. She is actually connected to Levi, which is one of the captains for the soldiers who fight the Titans. He's a kind of a legendary character in Attack on Titans. You should really watch it, sir. It's amazing.
Ooh,
You'll definitely get hooked.
Yeah, I need to get up to the lore, right? When Attack on Titans comes into PUBG Mobile, then I'll be like, okay, I can relate to the characters and maybe the skins that they will put out there in PUBG Mobile. And of course, besides relating it, gotta get the UC ready. So of course, Gamivo will be the place of choice where we will top up our UCs to get that.
Yeah. And what we love about Gamivo is, of course, it has discounted prices when it comes to UC. So you can get a lot of UC at a discounted rate, which is perfect for us if you want to go have ourselves like a shopping of skins or like really go for the big purchases, right? And Gamivo will definitely give you that kind of combo in the game.
Yeah, so Attack on Titans, interesting. Okay, so since we do still have some time before the game starts, right? Like, can you give a summary on what the lore of Attack on Titans is? Yeah, let's go. Let's go trivia moment.
Are you sure you have any clips at all? You haven't seen any clips from Attack on Titans?
I mean, the only ones that I know is that the Giants could use some pants. That's pretty much about it.
Really? Okay.
Do you call it the Titans? The Titans could use some pants. Yeah, that's all I always notice.
There's really a lot of stories that we can talk about, but we've got different types of Titans, 9 in total. So there's the tank, there's the attack Titan. I really forgot the other Titans, but I'll try to do a quick research later on to give you guys, of course, a little story or a little background about on Attack on Titans, rather. But of course, we only got 3 more seconds before we kick things off in Erangel. So better yet, prepare ourselves before we dive head first into our first game this evening.
And looks like we're gonna chill a bit. I guess even like the timer lords, they want a Red Queen to explain on the lore, but it's okay. Now we can keep that lore for later because we're jumping into game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be Erangel, the first game of Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. Wow, a decade of Ruthless Invitational Showdowns. Now that makes it sound a little bit more...
like we old.
Yeah, like we old.
We Gucci, guys. Now we can still keep up with the slang. No, don't worry about that. But I do wonder, is Alter Ego playing for Ruthless? I didn't see.
Well, yes, they're in Group
They
A.
are, right? They're in Group B. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, it was Bad Drew who took the MVP title last season, but there are some rumors and whispers that it was really Rosemary who's been playing Bad Drew's account. So technically, Rosemary was the MVP, but then again, we don't know. If you can confirm this story, please type it down there in the comment section because we'd love to know as well. But anyway, again, you can see on the screen here, flight pad a little bit onto the left side here. So that's the west side of Erangel. Let's check out who will be the teams that is, of course, brave enough to drop into the south part area of Erangel. Talking about military base, of course, and Novo. You know how hard it is to use this spot as the hot drop, or like the area that you will be first gonna pillage in order to get those attachments and everything you need to fill that backpack. But here comes the circle, Sir Cloud, and it has a portion of the main peninsula and a portion of the military base that we like.
Yeah, though I kind of doubt that the circle will go down to main 30 base, but who knows? Circle might give us a surprise. But speaking of a surprise, VOIN Donkey surprised by DRS, a long-range shot from afar by Gante, and he scores the first blood in this round.
Action right off the bat there. It's a good thing that Try was able to pick up a weapon for himself, and what makes it very special is that it's a shotgun, perfect for CQC, and there you go, we've got Zers down on the ground already, which puts us to just 3 members remaining for the side of Team Secret here, but I feel like they still have quite an advantage up against the opposition, but not anymore because 2 of them already down on the ground just like that. So let's see what Team Secret has for us in order to defend themselves. Are they still going to win this fight? I don't think so. I don't think so because 3 of them already down here.
Oh, and Typhoon is the latest player for Team Secret all alone. And unfortunately, Team Secret becomes the first team to be eliminated at number 16. And while that was happening, another team eliminated as well. FaZe Clan with their new revamped, refreshed lineup taken out by CelcomDigi Alliance.
Oh man, okay, so everyone's really not wasting any time here. They came out guns blazing, and right off the bat, we are experiencing a lot of action coming off the kill feed here. We got Shopper. Oh man, I think that's already the confirmation coming through that Shopper had already been taken out of the game for the first few minutes here in Erangel. Well, just like that, we're looking at 14 teams remaining. Right now on the screen, around hospital area are the boys coming from eArena, and if I'm not mistaken, we've already seen these guys really perform. They're one of, I can say, a rising team just because of like how aggressive they can be inside a battlefield. And just look at what Olio is doing here. I mean, not a care in the world. He's just biking, going through some of the small buildings and apartments here to get what he needs. But yeah, I mean, he's definitely not bothered at all if there will be other teams to try and take him down.
Yeah, it seems kind of stuck there. But speaking of being stuck, Lucas and VOIN Donkey is still stuck with DRS. Long range by Kilo IT. They knocked down Potato. So VOIN Donkey now, they only have 1 player left. Where is that one last player? Based on the minimap, I guess he's on the outside of this town. Not too sure. Okay, we do see him. No riser. Okay, that's going to be Vexy. Okay, he's across this hill, and DRS is going for him.
I'm trying to check where they are exactly on the map here, but it's a great thing, you know, aggressive start for DRS. Usually the formula for DRS is that they really remain passive during the first few zones, and they start to attack when we get to like maybe stage 4, stage 5. So it's a different thing right here. It's a different pace for DRS Gaming. Here comes Killer YT, living up to his reputation as one of the great fraggers for DRS. And just like that, with that massive spray and an AKM, he eliminates his player. Now we're looking at 4 elimination points in the pocket for the real soldiers.
Yeah, we're just within stage 1. We have already 3 teams eliminated. VOIN Donkey, FaZe Clan, Team Secret. But well, as any gamer would say, right? Well, it's only the first game. It's game 1. You know, we're still warming up the things. So that's fine. That's fine. Because at the end of the day, with 24 teams, we just need to narrow it down to 16 teams. So there's still a lot of opportunity for all these teams, especially those that have been eliminated, to still move on to the next stage because we still have plenty of games to go.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. 13 teams remaining. FaZe, Team Secret, both out of the game here. We're looking at REINCE at the moment. It's Joel, Top, Ruthless, and Doc. And again, this is one of my question marks in terms of the gameplay, SirCloud, to be honest, because we've seen them play in the PMGO, and it's not exactly the kind of performance we did expect coming from that roster. So, don't exactly sure what is going on with the lineup, but all I know is the fact that it's a stacked lineup. We all know what they can do individually inside a battlefield, so I'm really curious at what kind of face they're going to show us for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
Yeah, and on paper they're like super stacked, right? Like you put Top and then you have Doc on the same lineup. I mean, the entire lineup, it's like you're putting in like the world's best players together, basically, right? And on paper, I'm pretty sure a lot of fans would expect them to perform during the PMGO, but yeah, it just didn't happen. Just one of those games, I guess. But let's see if DRS can make this one happen against Alter Ego. Alter Ego in front. Delta's alone, so he's not going to take that risk by staying there all alone. Wow. We can see that the elimination feed, Xavier and Boom Esports having a skirmish elsewhere.
Yeah, just moments ago when I saw the map feed, Boom Esports versus Xavier, they're like maybe like meters apart, but I think the fight is now already inevitable because they've already found their way and they're definitely going to be settling some conflicts here. But let's see who's going to be winning the fight. So far, I can see on the screen that Natty T was able to bag a point for himself here, and the fight continues on. We can see a smoke being popped off to not make the visuals clear for Boom Esports. So let's see what kind of maneuver, what kind of offense Boom Esports is going to show us. Are they going to attack, or are they going to let Xavier come to them instead?
Yeah, so it looks like the dust has kind of settled between the two of them. Boom Esports have lost Pombit, so I guess they don't have the numbers, so they don't really want to continue on the fight. But look at the minute. Looks like Xavier is coming in. They want to take this fight. Yummy gets the first knockdown onto Nate, looking for more. So at least they managed to even up the numbers here, making it 3v3. Yummy still fighting back with his DBS. From afar, it's going to be Lamborghini playing as a support. Xavier looks like they're losing this fight. Lamborghini 50% health. Shot from the fight by GLU squad. Oh man, GLU squad. You kidding me?
Yeah, obviously Boom Esports got a little bit of help coming from GLU, but that was such a nice touch in terms of like third-party mix-up, and GLU obviously capitalized on the fact that, you know, Xavier, they didn't really have that much cover when they attacked the Boom Esports, so they were kind of exposed, and GLU definitely used that information. And right now, GLU, as you can see on the screen here, they're trying to flush out and disorient the members of Boom Esports, which is of course perfect for them to actually go for the offense here. And let's see how perfect the defense coming from Boom Esports, or whatever defense they can put up in this fight. But judging by the situation here, they're taking a lot of hit and damage, and they might be the one on the losing end this time.
Okay, it's going to be KF Xbox on the other side. Yummy is the one picking up his teammate, Johan. And now they have to move in before the pickup happens, and they will reset as a duo. Okay, the rest of GLU squad has arrived. Now it's going to be a 4v2 situation. Yummy will be knocked down by Xbox. One more to go. Xbox from the second floor with Stevie as will finish off Yummy. It's going to be Johan against the world now.
Here we go. All right, man. So I think the key information here is the fact that Boom Esports wasn't ready for any fight to happen because they haven't recuperated coming from the fight with D Saver. And again, GLU, that was a perfect timing. They knew when to actually step into the fight here, and I guess that's one of the things that you need to master when playing Battle Royale. But then again, GLU might be having a taste of their own medicine coming from Alter Ego Eras this time. So Alter Ego Eras obviously inserted a coin, and now they're the new challengers.
Oh yeah, I like that. I like that reference. It's so arcadey, but
Oh man.
into the face by Stickley. Now Alter Ego, they have to consider whether they want to go in for the save or they want to continue on this fight.
Man, here we go. Noel cooking up that nade here. Let the boy cook. Let's see if he can get accurate as to where he needs to throw the nade. Okay, was able to inflict a little pain. Okay, but not enough to get anyone sent back to the lobby here. But here comes now the attack coming from two of the members of GLU. Obviously going in for a pincher up against Alter Ego Eras. But they still do have that number advantage. X666. Just caught a nade to the face there. Pablo, I think, is trying to dance it off with KF, but unfortunately he gets tagged. KF as well. He caught a nade as well. So it's a back and forth trade here, Sir Khan, and I'm not even sure who's going to be winning the fight, but it looks like GLU is the one dominating.
And here comes Badru Mary or Rose Badru. I don't know. Maybe you guys can tell us in the comment section if that is really Rosemary. But anyway, it's going to be Badru all alone right now. GLU squad, 2 players currently knocked down. They need to be safe. At the same time, the circle will close. And where will it go? Will it be a hardship circle? Looks like shifted towards the right side, towards the high ground of Pachinki. From afar, another knockdown. GLU squad left with Stickley.
Okay. Let's see what's going to happen. Kill feed is not stopping at all. XF, again, down on the ground. Will they have time to pick up their teammates? I mean, Badru, Alter Ego Eras is in a world of trouble here, to be exact. I mean, moments ago, they were trying to do business with GLU, but right now, Badru might be facing DRS this time all by himself just because of the tragedy that just happened moments ago with GLU. Killer YT has been smelling blood, has been aggressive right from the get-go, and I think they're pretty determined at the fact that they're going to start the games, at an explosive rate here.
Here comes Darius Soldiers with Killer YT. Sends a nade to the second floor, but nobody's home. Same time, the elimination feed continues to run. But look at who's at the other corner. It's going to be ASI8. They're probably checking out whether they want to come in as a third party or not. But we'll wait and see on that. Well, eArena, they're in a fight with another team elsewhere. Multiple fights happening across the map, it seems.
Yeah, Champions Esports, I think. Boom Esports again. Oh, no. It's Boom Esports, okay. No, Boom Esports had already been deleted from this game. So we are at stage 3 with 11 teams. From the kill feed, it's, again, Champions versus eArena. And I feel like eArena, their players are getting picked off one by one. But Killer YT continues on putting a lot of pressure onto GLU, flushing them out of this building. But so far, he's not connecting with those nades just yet.
Oh, but now he knows that Badru is there. Okay. He knows. Can you actually aim this nade past that window? That small opening is not even a window. Okay, in. Oh, that was probably really close.
I think they're trying to get a whiff of the situation here, trying to check if there really is a player just standing by. Oh, man! Brutally done by Killer YT, but beautifully done as well. I'm running out of adjectives here, but just like how cruel that gunshot was, up against Badru.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a little bit more fight, but I guess he kind of anticipated that, you know what, even if I step out of that storeroom, like he will go up against the entire DRS, might as well just face the music, they say. And yeah, that's what happens to them. Yeah, coming into stage number 3, we already have like 5 teams eliminated. Oh, make that 4 teams eliminated. eArena only has 1 player left. At the same time, we're going to see the zone close again soon.
Yeah, I feel like, okay, I'm just trying to check out which teams are about to have a collision here. Maybe Claw Slayers and ASI8 Esports might find each other. But from the screen, of course, it's still DRS and they are having an exchange with another team here. Just couldn't figure out exactly which team they're having a trade-off. But okay, so it's ASI8 and it's Huzaifa who's currently facing the ground. And now back on the screen here, we've got Pepin coming from Claw with an amazing gunshot. He was able to put someone down on his knees as well, but failed to do a little jiggle and a little shimmy coming from Kino.
Yeah, Claw, the team that is now led by Bobohu. Jump shot. Speaking of Bobohu, knocked down immediately. The captain himself. And looks like Champions Esports, they fight back. Champions Esports, they still have another 2 active players. They need to save the other teammates. They should have enough time before the zone lands on them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. I think both of the teams here are trying to do a quick reset of some sort, especially those teams that had gone through a trade-off somewhere in Erangel. But now that Champion was able to recover the situation, but they're still not prepared for to what's to come, right? I mean, they were taken advantage of, and now Atomic is down on the ground here, and obviously the team is attacking the blue as well, so they will have to take care of not just only the teams that are trying to take them down, but the Blue Ripper as well. And I think that is the confirmation that we are waiting to see, that Kino and the rest of Champion Esports will be letting go of 2 of their members, which is of course going to affect their overall gameplay.
Well, Claw is eliminated as well. And number 9 with 5 elimination points. That's okay for game number 1, I guess. Now within the circle, we have HORAA Esports waiting for the next target to pass by. But based on our minimap, and no other team is close by. At the same time, CelcomDigi Alliance dominating with 5 elimination points so far, while GLU Squad eliminated at number 8 with 7 eliminations.
Man. So the if you're gonna take note on the high-performing teams for game number 1, that would be CelcomDigital. We've got Champions as well. We've got Claw. All teams with 5 points each. GLU, DRS tied at number 8. So unfortunately, though, for the side of GLU Squad, because they have been taken out of the equation, and DRS is still a complete squad here. So there's a big chance that DRS again might top the leaderboard ranking out of game number 1. I mean, number advantage, the momentum is there, and they just need to follow through. And right now, they're challenging up the boys of HORAA Esports, and man, Prim with a amazing DBS right there was able to take one for himself. And of course, the fight is not over. Here comes the dance-off between HORAA and DRS, and another one bites the dust. And 3 by Prim alone.
Oh, looking for more right now. Now it's going to be Sky to finish up the job. What a defense by HORAA Esports against DRS.
Oh my goodness. That was a spectacle down there. Oh, we did not even expect that to happen, but that was such a great performance, a stellar performance. Phenomenal performance coming from HORAA Esports, and Prim. I don't exactly know who this guy is. It's a pseudo name. Perhaps it's a trial member. We don't exactly know just yet, but that was amazing. Definitely going into my highlights.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. That was crazy defense there, and they were sieged down by DRS, and DRS is no pushover team. They managed to defend him very, very well. So, especially Prim, like his name says, Supreme. I think got at least like 3 of them.
Yeah. My goodness. Okay, I'm still not over what happened, to be honest. Stage 5, and now we're down to just 6 days remaining. This is kind of a fast-paced Erangel we are witnessing at this moment. What a way to open up the matches, of course. This is how we wanted. We came here for action, and it's action that we're going to get, coming from the teams here. And now we're looking at 4 Thrives. And again, I can say they're one of the strongest competitors that we have in the lobby. Now we're looking at REINCE as well. At this point, I feel like they're trying to check from which direction teams might be coming from, and I do know for a fact that they were able to get a whiff of 4 Thrives who will be coming from the hilltop. So let's see if a fight will definitely ensue in just a while. But 5 teams remaining, ladies and gents. We got 4 Thrives, REINCE, we got HORAA, Cedal, and ASI8. But out of the 5, ASI8 has the least chance of getting that chicken dinner just because of the fact that they're down to their last member here.
Out of 5, all 3 of our predicted teams are still in it.
Oh, yeah.
With a full squad. Oh, this is going to be real exciting. Let's see who actually eventually score it. But for ASI8, it's going to be pretty difficult. Only 1 player left. Let's see if a miracle can happen, as Sleepy will knock down Kasim from CelcomDigi Alliance.
Okay, here we go. Ooh, Falak! Okay, he got shut down by Kaluk. Cedal. Let's see if No Fear can get that prize teddy bear with that amazing shot. Okay, so far, oh man, Cedal stepped within his line of sight there, and No Fear wasted no time and just actually went for the kill. He was able to bag 2.
Yeah, from that range, he waited patiently, and he knows that at some point, they're going to step out to that side. And he pulled the trigger at the right moment. That's how he scored the 2 eliminations. Great job, great patience shown there. Now on the other side, we have 4 Thrives here on top of this hill. 35 more seconds before the zone starts to close again. There's a chance that they'll need to move out of this hill down to the lower ground where HORAA Esports is already at.
Okay, here we go. It's, I mean, teams are already packing heat here because we are already almost, at the end zone. We can see that T24 has been trying to check out if there are any more players that will be headed towards that direction. And I think he spotted 2 more players coming from Cedal. REINCE right now might go up against 4 Thrives. We can hear some trade-offs really happening. One of them is a little bit low on the HP here, but Noki's doing an amazing job so far just getting that information and remaining his composure, checking if the opposition will then have the chance to move forward, or will they try to throw some nades just to keep them at bay.
And now these 2 teams, as we discussed earlier, they need to move down. Both 4 Thrives and REINCE Esports next to each other. On the other side, we have HORAA Esports, still with CelcomDigi Alliance. They're stuck in that shack. Movement there by 4 Thrives as well. Let's speak about 4 Thrives. On the other side, they are still here together with REINCE Esports. 10 seconds more before the zone starts to close.
Okay, here we go. 1 player coming from HORAA, I believe is still being picked up. T24 obviously managing another team from behind to protect, the rest of his teammates who are trying to deal with another team in front of them as well. We've got Sleepy, of course, trying to do a massive spray up against Baby of ASI8. He is given a little bit damage, but still not, accurate enough to really put him down on his knees just yet. But anyway, competition is already tight coming from all the 5 teams that we can see on the screen here. We've got Falak already on prone, would love to try and sneak an attack. REINCE applying pressure up against 4T here. They're trying to get closer and closer. Falak popping off them some smoke, but okay. REINCE step back from the fight. I wonder why.
Well, I guess it's because of the timing, right? Because the zone is going to close, and at stage number 6, you don't want to spend even a second within the zone. It's going to hurt. So they decided to make that first move. Now, the pressure's on the 4 Thrives to make them move into the circle. In front of them is still going to be CelcomDigi Alliance that's waiting and still putting pressure on the 4 Thrives.
Okay, here we go. Ooh, man, he would love to cook a nade. Unfortunately, he gets stagged. Of course, the enemies will not let that happen for them to recover from where they will be coming from. I mean, this is not a good spot, for 4 Thrives, to be honest. They are exposed, they are vulnerable. And Oleo, okay, he tried to get lucky, with that massive spray with that range as well. But I guess that position for Cedal as well is exposed to all teams remaining in the lobby.
Here comes HORAA Esports. Sleepy takes a bit of damage. From the other side, it's going to be 4 Thrives firing back. Sleepy will be knocked down by Untitled by his name. Falak will be down as well. Looks like Sky will trade back 1 against 4 Thrives. Sky tries to look for more within the smoke. Untitled will be knocked by none other than Ruthless. But he has a shack. He should be able to recover.
Okay, here we go. No fear. I mean, HORAA Esports right now is doing a massive zone control obviously Cedal, they have nowhere to go. They're cooped up in that shack, and Prim here is trying to flush him out with a lot of nades being thrown their direction, and this is actually paving the way for Thrives to kind of recuperate, for now, to prepare themselves, in the upcoming stages. But unfortunately, again, they don't have that cover as well. They only have smokes to conceal their exact location, and Cedal, again, after that much effort to defend themselves, are now completely out of the game.
And here is HORAA Esports, but behind them, Ruthless knock one player down. HORAA Esports, 2 active players left. Sky will need to be rescued. While REINCE Esports, they don't have the circle. They have to move further forward. They're trying to find that space. They have managed to send at least 3 players within the circle as a marker. Now looking for the next target. It's going to be Farlock next by Ruthless.
Oh man, I mean, it's so amazing that Thrives still manages to survive this stage. I mean, again, they don't have that cover, they don't have that much space as well. The pressure is definitely high, and I believe, adrenaline is really what keeps them going up to this point. Now, No Fear tried to move a little onto the center side of the circle. Unfortunately, he gets tagged by REINCE, if I'm not mistaken, and now HORAA Esports down to only 2 players. We're only looking at 2 teams now, fighting to get their first winner chicken dinner. Wow!
Guy gets knocked. Now it's going to be Supreme. Can he put on a supreme performance here to clutch it out against REINCE Esports? REINCE Esports, they're moving in. Here comes Joel together with Dog. Supreme fires back. 50% of health, but it's still going to be REINCE Esports reigning Supreme.
Oh man, that was so close. And you actually won your first prediction. Are you kidding me? That was so close. That was so close. I mean, HORAA Esports, they were aggressive. They were explosive in getting those elimination points and even making it to the final zone here for first Erangel this evening. And I can say, it was a valiant effort all in all.
Yeah, and REINCE, they play it pretty patiently. They wait for Thrives, they wait for HORAA, they wait for CelcomDigi Alliance to just finish off each other, and they came in towards the later stages to be the one to wipe them all out, and that's how they scored this chicken dinner. In fact, they put themselves in a safer spot at the northern side of the circle when most of the fights were happening on the south.
Oh yeah, and again, I feel so amazed and bad at the same time with where Thrives actually got stuck at. They were, sticking close to the edge of the zone there. They had no place to go, and everyone is just kind of really trying to put them down. And it's just amazing how they survived a few more stages and even maybe got to stage 7, if I'm not mistaken. And unfortunately, since, given the circumstances, given the situation, Thrives just got eliminated. And of course, at the end of our first round, it was REINCE who took the win. Now, I think this is also one of the ways to effectively shut down any naysayers on maybe someone being skeptical at how this roster can really perform.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a stacked roster, right? Although, the PMGO was a thing, but it's only one tournament. I'm pretty sure in the coming tournaments, we'll definitely see a lot more of them. And this is also showing a testament to their performance that they're still able to perform. Now, other than REINCE Esports, of course, we have to highlight as well HORAA Esports, CelcomDigi Alliance, and interestingly, DRS, although they were not in the top 4 earlier.
Oh, yeah. Okay. But at least we already have an idea out of the 16 teams that were playing during the first round, which of them really stood up, really performed for us for the first match here in Erangel. So that would be HORAA, REINCE, CelcomDigi Alliance, and of course the Real Soldiers. And it was a great thing to see the way that HORAA Esports actually collided with DRS. I feel like DRS wasn't really prepared for it. They weren't prepared for those attacks coming from Rim on the top of that house.
Yeah, gotta give it to HORAA as well, right? How they position themselves, they have somebody at the rooftop, they have somebody on ground as well, so they have multiple angles to defend their ground against the incoming DRS earlier on, and that contributed as well to their overall damage here of 2,239 as compared to REINCE Esports, who played this round a little bit more safer. But our MVP,
Oh,
came from the
man.
team who defended their ground against DRS. Say hello to Sakai.
Okay, so here we go. Again, they weren't able to secure the chicken dinner, but they were able to secure the MVP title for this round. 4 elimination points, 11 utilities used in the game, and an amazing, of course, average survival time here. Oh, not really average, but yeah, amazing survival time means that, again, HORAA Esports was able to get their squad up until the end game, which is not really easy to do. And for the top performers, other than Sky, we've got a Xbox with that, oh man, handsome pose. And then we've got a Prim of HORAA, and of course, Killer YT coming from DRS.
Yeah, all 4 of them came in with 4 eliminations each. Yeah. So happened. And the tiebreaker, of course, is the damage output. And obviously, Sky had the most damage output among them all, followed by Xbox, Supreme, and yeah. And coming into the match leaderboard, so the team that scored the chicken dinner had the most points as well, which is REINCE Esports with 19. But HORAA Esports, with the 10 eliminations that they got, they're not too far away. 16 points collected, which is still pretty sweet.
And again, this is the beginning, ladies and gents, okay? I mean, first match, okay? This is the part where teams get acquainted with one another on like how they're going to do rotations, how they're going to approach each situation in the battlefield. So we already have an idea like how everything is going to play out for all the teams that we have in the lobby. And then again, would like to remind everyone that only the top 16 teams will secure a slot in the grand finals. So if you have a favorite team here and if you know the point system, so this is already how you can keep a track of your favorite team's performance.
Yeah, and these are some of the post-game stats as well. Throwables used 162. I think that's pretty okay. I don't know if you'll see a 200 plus here today because the last time around, I don't think we didn't have a 200 plus. I guess these teams just want to go all guns blazing.
Yeah. And based from, again, the match rankings that we saw moments ago, REINCE, I can say, and HORAA Esports are really setting the tone early here, Sir Cloud. If, again, they maintain like a strong balance of placements and, of course, eliminations, they will be serious contenders for the playoffs, you know. You will have to consider the fact that they are the ones really eager, of course, to dominate the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. And, well, we're not discounting the fact if there will be other teams that will gun for the top spot as well. Again, we're not playing for any money here, Sir Cloud. These are all like for bragging rights and of course glory.
Yeah, but for the other teams, they will make their appearance after we come back from a break, ladies and gentlemen. Group C will be coming up next, so don't go anywhere. We'll be taking a short break. See you guys after this. We are back with the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 1 Decade. It's Season 10, ladies and gentlemen. My name is CelcomDigi. Together with Rick, we're still here as the storytellers. And what a game one it was.
Oh yeah, I mean, what a way to open up the matches. It was explosive. Everyone really did put up a great show, especially for REINCE, HORAA Esports, and again, if you just tuned in, because you tuned in late, I don't know why you tuned in late, it was REINCE Esports who took the top spot for our Erangel match. I think so they were able to get a total of 19 points. Again, it was a strong start, solid balance of placements, and of course elimination points as well. HORAA Esports did an amazing job, racking up a total of 16 points. Even if they weren't able to secure the chicken dinner, I can still say that it was, again, a very high-octane gameplay coming from HORAA. And I do wonder if DRS Gaming would be retaliating in Miramar, Sir Cloud. What do you think?
Oh, it could be the case. It could be the case because we can see that a lot of the other teams, they're hungry for that chicken dinner as well. And of course, in Miramar, we'll be switching up the groups, ladies and gentlemen. So again, if you don't see your favorite team, they could be taking a break and they could come back in the following round. So we're going to swap between Erangel, Miramar, only 2 maps throughout the entire day. Miramar. So obviously it's going to be the first time for this season in Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10 that we're going to see Miramar. So between A and C, we're going to start. We have to start to think about who we're going to pick next.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay. So I'm already looking at the teams here. Okay, I think I already have my pick. Okay, I think I already know how what my team would be. But then again, we still don't know like who's gonna be playing the long game, meaning that who's gonna like really crutch it during the latter stages of the game, or like who's gonna come out blazing. Start the game with a high elimination point strategy. So, I mean, having said that, I feel like this time around, I'm going to welcome this new team as my prediction, Tribe Aeromacy. Let's go, Zhou.
All right, locking in Tribe Aeromacy. All right. So I learned my daily dose of Purple Heart. Let's bring on HORAA Esports.
Oh, okay. Let's go. Oh, man, I do wonder what production is going to get this time. Let's go.
Okay, production time.
Go.
Ooh. Is DRS?
You're taking some time, huh?
Yeah.
BTR. Okay, not a bad choice at all. Now, I just want to say something about Tribe Aeromacy and why I picked this team. I mean, okay, so when it comes to like consistency, they've pretty much already have it down. Again, what I've noticed so far, in terms of their gameplay, Sir Cloud, they're not so keen really on getting chicken dinners, but like when it comes to consistency on making it to the latter stages of the game and getting elimination points as well, I think that's what makes them a very special team.
Yeah, and I can understand as well why production picks a BTR, because if you kind of think about it as well, BTR always does well in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown series, right? And especially with the current roster, which I think it's really, really stacked as well. So yeah, I do expect them to have a good start here this time, because one thing about BTR is that they've always been this team that shows up towards the later stages of a tournament. Yeah, but I guess if anything were to be improved for BTR, is that if they can fix like their starting and they can be really consistent from the get-go, then they will be very, very successful. So yeah, BTR, looking forward to see their performance in their debut game this season.
Yeah, again, BTR came from a legendary roster, having Zoxy and Luxy in the lineup, but they're really stepping up. This lineup has huge potential to become global superstars, and also with the fact that Federalis was able to get a lot of fans in Indonesia. My gosh, I always see his face being prompted when we talk about BTR.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a fan favorite, right? Especially with the fact that the moment he joined the team, Like it felt like he has been playing with them like for the longest
I
time. Like he
know.
slotted in
Yeah.
like a charm.
You see, those like I do have like one question in mind. Like when he joined BTR, is language going to be a barrier in terms of like how they will handle all the pressures, all the gameplay inside the battlefield? Because sometimes when the pressure really kicks in, you don't even know like what kind of what language you will be speaking. Like you can talk Indonesian, you can talk in English, and sometimes it's hard to really find that balance. So I'm happy to see that Federalis was able to complement the game style for BTR, and he was able to kind of seamlessly blend into the roster. So yeah, I mean, this guy is something else, and BTR as a team is I can say one of the teams that we need to watch out for, not just locally but globally as well.
Yeah, and he's been really good friends with Sata as well.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
looking at his stories and content as well, there's always Sata featured in it. But with that friendship bond well in the game, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be heading on to Miramar, which will be match
Yeah.
number 2 for today, featuring Group C as well.
Oh yeah, and of course, yeah, Group B is gonna take a short break here, ladies and gents, but not for Group C and not for Group A, because we're heading straight to the barren desert of Miramar, and the desert takes the weak. Who will be the wick in this round? Where we're about to find out. We're just checking to see where the flight pad is actually headed.
Oh yeah, the flight path will definitely determine a lot here, but it's going to be a kind flight path. We're going to start from the right side of Impala all the way to El Pozo. So generally, all these teams will be able to land on their regular drop spot. So let's see if there will be any early clashes. I'm looking at Puerto Paraiso potentially having 2 teams dropping around the area.
Yep. And I do wonder if it is going to be the same spots here, Sir Cloud. I mean, like Osliones, is it going to be highly occupied? We also got Picado, of course, Jumacera, El Pozo. Since it's directly below the flight pad, I'm pretty sure that there will be teams who will opt, of course, to jump in the areas that we just mentioned. But which among the 16 teams are going to go for an early fight, and which of them are going to go passive first, get through the towns, and get everything they need before they step into any fights?
Yeah. So some of the other spots as well that we want to keep an eye on, normally in the middle of the map, Chumacera, also around, say, maybe even St. Martin. But since the circle is like on the left side, a lot of empty space there within this first circle. So I want to know how they will rotate in there later on. But we will check that out in a little bit more, as we will put focus on the Puerto Paraiso. Right now, it's going to be RRQ and Champions Esports.
Okay, let's see. Drop clash, and that's what we want. So far, both the teams here are rushing to get their hands on a weapon. Of course, that is the first thing that you need to do the moment that you step onto the ground here. RRQ, I feel like they have already gotten a couple of ARs here. One of them is holding an M762, if I'm not mistaken. And we've got, of course, La Par holding onto an M416. 2 of them, to be exact, coming from RQ. And Atomic, getting creative, RE, going for the off angle, of course. And it's such a great thing. If you can actually hold on to multiple angles up against the opposition, then that's one of the biggest contributing factor in order for you to really win a fight.
Oh yeah, and they seem to be setting up really well if you gotta think about it. They even sent 1 player up on that high ground. So they pretty much have RRQ cornered now. So RRQ, in order for them to get out of this sticky situation, I believe they have no choice but to win this fight, because even if they want to exit like up north, the one that's guarding the high ground will be able to have a good view on them.
Okay, just to give you, just to paint you guys a picture of like the team's position on the map here. I feel like, for HORAA, Alter Ego Airs, DRS, and even Claw Slayers, since they are near the outer edges of the game, I think that they will up to go for the gatekeeping situation. But for BTR, man, okay, this is not how you want to start your game, having won the first chicken dinner from the fight, and now one of your players had already been sent back to the lobby. So let's see what's going to happen later on. As RQ right now back on the screen and trying to take care of business here, I feel like they are they already have some sort of well, a little advantage up against their enemies.
Yeah, so looks like Thrives Esports, they might lose this one player.
Oh,
If there's going to be
yeah.
Atomic down. He was the one that tried to get creative, but yeah, unfortunately it didn't work out for him. Anyway, for the other members of Champions, looks like they are trying to close the gap between themselves and RRQ to see if they can try to get an advantage against them while they are licking their wounds right now. While on the mini screen, we have Aeromacy in a skirmish against BTR, and I believe BTR, they lost at least 2 players now.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe they've already painted quite a target on their backs just because they want the chicken dinner. But then again, it's too early to say. And this is our first Miramar, so perhaps they are learning that, okay, we have a competitor in this specific spot. So I do wonder if they're going to push through dropping into the same area, or are they going to back off and maybe choose another drop later on as we progress into day number 1 of this tournament. I mean, those are just, some of the considerations, of course. RQ continues their battle up against C1. Okay, I mean, not everything is laid just yet onto the side of C1. Yes, they already suffered a loss here, but it's still a 4v3 situation. 3 is pretty much doable at this point. So, I do wonder if they can set up a very good defense up against RQ, and RQ is one of the staple names as well when it comes to Ruthless.
Yeah, and being a staple name, they want success, and so far doing so good. But Lapas on the ground, Peko will get killed instead. And RRQ, they now have the numbers. They know that they have the advantage. They just need to look for more information. They see one. Bernard sees one target in front of him. They're now dancing around. It's going to be Alja defending his ground against 2 members of RRQ. It looks like they're able to fight back, but from behind, it is still going to be RRQ winning it nice and clean.
Nice and clean. It was. Yes, I do agree with that one. A great strategy. Again, it was a great series of challenges that they were able to go through up against C1, and a clean, convincing win that was. Anyway, back on the screen here with 4 Thrives. They were about to go up against eArena. So far, 4 Thrives not making any movements at all. Probably still gauging the building, whether or not they're going to push forward or just really try to flush them out for the first engagement here up against the arena. So far, no team is exposing themselves. Nobody is leaving their respective buildings. But okay, story had already changed. eArena being on the aggressive line, but good shot coming from 4 Thrives. Man, he was able to put down through, followed by 456, and that is how you get the advantage when it comes to a trade-up. 4 Thrives right now slaughtering eArena.
Yeah, what a need earlier on by 4 Thrives to stop the incoming eArena. Now it's their turn to push on to eArena. We have Joker together with 2014, whoever that is. But anyway, Joker now with the S12K needs to fend himself in the forefront. Falak gets into the building. Joker is surrounded now. 2014, he's probably on the other building, not too sure, or maybe just across the room. But anyway, 2014, he managed to get Noki, waiting for more targets to appear right now while Joker's holding the other room.
Oh man, okay. So 4 Thrives obviously opted to pick up their teammate first before they head inside the building. There's a lot of tight corners when it comes to the buildings in Miramar, so you don't want to get reckless. Not 4 Thrives. I mean, they do have the mission to dominate, I think. For the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, they are aggressive, they are ruthless, and they're coming after the remaining players of eArena. Let's see if Joker can make something off this, defending themselves up against 2 players of 4 Thrives. Joker was able to, it's like a little bit of damage, but unfortunately, I think he's about to go down. And yes or no key kind of sealed the deal there.
It's going to be 2014 all alone right now against 3 players on 4 Thrives. But unfortunately, he was not able to do much as eArena will be eliminated at number 15. And 4 Thrives will be able to recover Noki.
Man, that was such a great sequence of gameplay coming from Thrives. To
Wow.
be honest, I think they were successful in anticipating how eArena will be moving to challenge them up in this particular spot, and a great anticipation. I can say they were really prepped up for battle from that clash. And now the circle had shifted a little bit onto, ooh man, a little bit down south, maybe southwest, yes. And teams are now flocking into, of course, the middle here. There's a lot of them headed towards the same entry point here.
Yeah, check that circle out. I mean, there's a percentage of unplayable land on that left side of the circle, though, that high ground that nobody can go to. So that cuts out like maybe 10-15% of the circle of playable land that these players can play. So we can expect that with lesser land means higher chance of them fighting each other, and that's exactly what's happening right now with Sem9. Biren lost his tires, and that's the back tire, so that will render his vehicle unmovable.
Oh no. Okay, so here we go. Zio. We've got Rig headed towards his direction to get picked up, but ooh man, okay, a little bit of reckless there. Rig just got shut down by Mika of Sem9, and that is it. Confirmation coming through as well. Zio already taken out of the game here, which puts Tribe Aeromacy at just one player remaining. Man, at stage 2 in Miramar with still 14 teams remaining here, oh, it's gonna be tough, for Tribe Aeromacy to even get to the latter stages of the game. And looking at Todak and Vampire Esports, we've got Tony K charging in front. Unfortunately, he gets tagged, but it's a good thing that he was able to also shut down a player coming from the opposition. We've got Todak still trying to defend themselves up against Vampire, but okay, so one of them already been deleted as well. But Vampire remains to be aggressive at this point, but Todak again succumbed to the prowess of Vampire Esports.
Yeah, and they will be able to recover as a full squad. Now coming back onto RRQ, looks like they're not in the circle yet. They're about 1,000 meters away. They took the southern routes into the circle, a bit more a safer type of rotation, but time is still not on their side as they are tanking out the blue. We switch over to HORAA Esports now within the circle. In front of them is not only Sem9, but there are also other teams around them as well. Everyone wants to get into the middle of the circle.
Okay, here we go! Axel right now trying to dance it off up against 3 players. Okay, you're a little outnumbered there. But jumping into MGN Vikings Esports. Okay, this is a new name for me. We've got teams cooking up that name going up against Talon. We've got Nayok over here switching to QBZ. He did have a Mini 14 just moments ago. That is a great DMR to have when you guys are playing in Miramar. But it's not going to do you good at this moment as the Vikings charge in and takes the point.
Well, CelcomDigi Alliance is around the corner, and they managed to get one. Dins will be down on his knees, while Leon waiting for the advantage, looking for an opening. So the team is around him though, but they have to be aware of other teams as well passing by. Think about other teams. Alter Ego, Badu tapping afar from the top of this hill in an engagement with HORAA Esports.
Oh man, Leon already knocked down on the ground here. We've got Sky cooking up a nade up against Alter Ego Airs. So this is a fight that we want to witness. We've always known that Alter Ego Airs really does great when it comes to Miramar. And right now they're going up against HORAA Esports, who actually came in second during the Erangel match. And now Sky went in for a massive spray up against that player who does have a better vantage point compared to Sky. But then again, Sky might be able to pull off a great maneuver here up against Alter Ego Airs and might even take a point here. No fear, tried to charge in. Not exactly sure, has been taking some damage, but I think he was able to bag a point for himself with that kind of exchange that we just saw.
Oh, and look at player 014 got knocked down. HORAA Esports. Now they have the upper hand against Alter Ego. Badru's getting away. Oh, Badru? Oh, he's not getting away. Okay, this is fight against Sleepy. Sleepy shoots. Beautiful pixel shot down the vehicle. And they will eliminate Alter Ego.
Let's see. Oh man, okay, so alter ego errors, maybe they haven't quite gotten down the rhythm just yet, but this is just day number one, so we really cannot conclude anything just yet. I mean, this is just the beginning of the matches here, the beginning of the tournament, and this is just the first Miramar for this evening. And now we're looking at Cedo, and again, Leon already out of the game here. So Kaluk on screen. And if I am not mistaken, okay, Cedo, their position is a little bit onto the northern side of Valle del Mar. Right down south, RQ might be colliding with them, but they are in between three teams here, Sir Cloud. We've got the Vikings, the Team Secret, and of course RQ. But then again, we're going to put our attention to that one later on because we got 4 Thrives right now going up against HORAA Esports.
Oh, round 2, here we go. They met towards the later stages in game number 1. Now, game number 2. Looks like they're going to meet in stage number 3. Here comes 4 Thrives. Noki taking position on top. And here goes. He does have this high ground advantage against them. Shooting from afar, makes them one member out of HORAA Esports looking for more. Wow, they need to manage the circle. The circle did move away. HORAA Esports, they have the circle, but 4 Thrives behind them. They want blood.
Oh man, they really want blood. Anyway, yeah, I mean, BTR might have a collision up against RQ if RQ continues to head towards that direction, but I think this is such an essential spot, so I feel like they're really going for it. But in the meantime, let's check out what 4 Thrives is doing. They've already managed to bag 6 elimination points down in the pocket, and back for Esports, we've got Ginola. Okay, Ginola going up against Falak, and that is it. Sky was able to take that point.
Oh, Federales on fire. Not the fire that he would have liked. Now from the top of this building, knockdown, leaving Razy alone. Razy defending himself against the 2 members of RRQ, just right outside of him. And Razy only down to the last tick of health. He needs to heal up quickly.
Yep. Time is of the essence here, but here comes RQ right now, not letting that happen, but he was able to actually heal himself up. Now he's going to try to defend himself up against 2 players coming from RQ. Let's see who's going to dance better here, and there's a jiggle wiggle, but unfortunately, oh man, BTR, just like that, also gets eliminated by RQ.
Now, coming back onto HORAA Esports. Playing just outside the circle, they have Sky here taking this high ground position. They want revenge against 4 Thrives for taking out 2 of their players. But so far so good for HORAA Esports. Makes it back 7 elimination points. Sky has to be extra careful there because if he gets knocked on top of that hill, it's going to be hard to save him. Now moving over to 4 Thrives versus Vampire Esports. Mela will be knocked down.
Oh man, okay. You and meow 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 meow. Because Mela is already out of the game here. Vampire Esports continues to dominate here, ladies and gents, and they also have the opportunity, of course, to apply not just the pressure, but also do a massive gatekeeping situation up against those teams that will try to step into the safe zone. So they are now actually standing guard at the edge of that zone. But in the meantime, 4 Thrives suffered some great losses here. T24 Falak already out of the game. Noki and some Chinese guy in the roster will now be the only players left to defend the team and still make it happen. But it is still an amazing elimination points that was set up by 4 Thrives, no doubt.
I know, right? This place using pseudonyms doesn't make our job any easier.
I know.
Yeah, but that happens every off-season tournament. Well, probably including RRQ as well, using a couple of pseudonyms there. But speaking about RRQ, they'll be meeting up with the Vikings from the Vietnamese region.
Yeah, oh man, I am a fan of the Vikings. I don't know if you guys watched that on stream, but you watched that, Sir Cloud, right? Vikings?
I know about it, but I have not.
Ragnar Lothbrok. But anyway, yeah, okay. Getting back into the action here, ladies and gents. Let's see if they really do possess the aggression of a Viking here. They are master strategists as well when it comes to getting into a battle. So let's see if they can pull off a great win for this round, going up against, of course, the remaining teams that we still have in this game. And now looking at the situation, again, we saw RQ take control of that spot right there from BTR. They're now pretty close with the Vikings. So again, they might duke it out in just a while. Let's see if that is going to happen. Sky and the rest of HORAA Esports, they're still holding on to a compound over to the west side of the circle. They might gatekeep Noki coming from fourth Thrives, and it might be hard, for Noki to defend himself and even go and infiltrate the safe zone just because HORAA Esports is standing guard over to the west side. But Team Secret, they are now over down there in the middle, and they might have a chance to also go up against Vampire Esports.
I do love Team Secret's position, as we saw earlier on when the map was shown to us. They have the high ground somewhere in the middle of the circle, so that's prime position for them. And I do like the position taken by the Vikings as well. They can potentially block out whoever who wants to cut across them. Now, on the other side, okay, we do have Team Secret now on screen, and look at the position. This is a very good spot. It's way up there. They do have a good vision, and they're in the middle of the circle. They could probably hold that spot for like maybe at least 2 stages.
And of course, if we're looking at the high-performing teams for Miramar, again, HORAA Esports manages to bag 7 elimination points. Same thing goes for Thrives, who are actually currently 3rd in the rankings here. We also got RQ with 8 points. And Vikings with 5. Okay, so those are pretty aggressive. Those teams are pretty aggressive in terms of their elimination points. But anyway, back to Team Secret. Okay, they do have 2. And now that's a confirmation again for Thrives. Had already been sent back to the lobby here, which brings us not just 7 teams remaining. Trang still on top of the building here, Sir Cloud. And even if you do have this kind of vantage point, yes, you are on top. It will be easy for you if there will be, of course, enemies that will be headed towards your direction. But you're kind of exposed as well to teams that are probably staying in the mountain ranges or like maybe who has a better position compared to yours.
Yeah, so we can see that on practicality, their position allows them to hold out teams, and that will force teams to not move unless the circle does not favor. So we might want to keep an eye on what happens at stage number 6 now. We have about 40 more seconds before the zone starts to close again, and then we'll see which team will be forced to move by then.
Okay, stage 5. And we are not hearing any gunshots happen. Okay, might be some truce that's currently happening for now, but I don't know how long this peaceful treaty is going to last, because we've got Vikings on top of the mountain here. Great vantage point up against RQ, so perhaps it'll be easier for them to assume points, but not if RQ can actually flip the script here. I mean, we've seen a lot of clutches happen, and perhaps, RQ being one of the staple names here in Ruthless can manage to do just that.
Here comes the circle. Look at this. Team Secret, they still have the circle with that high ground. It's a perfect spot for them to be at. But can't say the same for the likes of RQ. They will be forced to take this fight. Even if they rotate, whether up north or south, there will be other teams waiting for them. But we have a challenger here for Team Secret spot. It's going to be Vampire Esports. But they only have a duo, so it's not going to be that easy for them to challenge Team Secret.
Yeah, you're right here, Sir Cloud. And the fact that, Team Secret still kind of goes through all of the stages here in Miramar quite passively, I think they are going to start racking up real points, like solid points. If the zone continues to favor them, then it'll be easier for them to know exactly where to point their guns, just because of all the fights that's been happening around them. And one of those fights are definitely coming from RQ and the Vikings here. Both the teams are trying to cook up the nade here, trying to get accurate as to where they need to throw those nades. We can see someone trying to get close with a buggy here, but also kind of hesitant as well. Of course, you don't want to be reckless when you're doing your scouting, but the trade-off when it comes to the nades continues to give in. But this is a player I recognize, Sir Cloud. 1T.
Oh yeah, Wunti, one of the OG players in the HORAA Esports scene, together with Break as well. Now they are playing together with Vikings, and they're going up against RRQ. So far, wait a second. Oh, it's actually Supreme. They actually got a member of RRQ. Berndia actually got knocked and eliminated by him.
Okay, here comes the attack now coming from Teams with a DBS and get the job done. The bar already on the ground here. And now we've got Foon taking some damage as well coming from Team Secret. Not a fight that they're probably expecting, but yeah, they're now coming through and going up against Vampire Esports. But it was such a great matchup that just happened with the Vikings and RQ Vikings emerging victorious from that clash because they already have all the advantages working out for them, and it was a pretty obvious outcome coming from that fight with RQ. And we're looking at the final 6 teams here with 55 seconds on the clock before we move into stage 7. Trade-off still is happening from all over the safe zone, but with the kind of distance that we have. Right, and I feel like it's only going to be Team Secret and Vampire Esports that's about to have a fight here for this round.
Yeah, and the fight continues on though. Although for Vampire, they only have 2 players, but they still want to try to find an opening and advantage here. Let's see if they're able to get anything out of Team Secret. Team Secret with their stronghold here. They need to hold out not only against Vampire Esports, but there's also another team actually wants to take that spot. But while that's happening, we move over back onto HORAA Esports right now. HORAA Esports still has Vikings in front of them, but they're getting a bit of an assistance from CelcomDigi Alliance.
And I feel like Team Secret's being ganged up by Cedal and Vampire Esports. You know, they're caught up in between here. Both of the teams are flushing them out of this prime spot. So let's see if Team Secret would be successful in managing not just one team but 2 teams here. So they need to grow like a pair of eyes at the back of their heads just to make sure that Cedal and Vampire Esports will not be able to snatch this compound out of their hands. So far it's a 2-1 split. GK is totally taking care of business up against Cedal, while Xerus and another player, Trang, is going up against Vampire Esports.
Okay, now it's just a matter of time till we see the next skirmish because some of the players are still on the outside of the circle. All right, here we go. Dins, for some reason, he probably fell off his vehicle. Maybe he was pressured by other teams while he was traveling within it. Vampire Esports, this is going to hold for now, I guess. Or maybe not, because both players for Vampire, they're still on the outside. But we still have other teams further out. Look at this. On screen, we do have CelcomDigi Alliance defending the ground as the Vikings approach their area.
Okay, so Olia's taking some bullets, okay, but he already got picked up by his teammate. But I guess, that kind of reset paved the way for Vikings to actually charge up against Cedal. We've got K-Look throwing that nade up against 1T, and 1T catching that one. And now K-Look just put a nail in the coffin, and now 1T out of the game. But as for Vampire Esports, man, down to their last player, and Team Secret successfully defends the compound.
Yeah, I mean, Vampire didn't have the numbers, but now CelcomDigi Alliance, they do have the numbers here. And CelcomDigi Alliance, they're fighting back. So far, so good for CelcomDigi Alliance, but Superman takes out on Leo. The elimination feed is rolling to update us with the latest of what's happening within the battleground right now. We do have 7-9 still within the game with Yu Low. I believe this must be Yu High. 50% of health in front of him. HORAA Esports.
8 elimination points for HORAA again. Explosive gameplay. Aggressive in terms of elimination, which is doing them good. Yulo, manages to spot Prim, and now he's coming after Sky at this point. This is an exchange of shotguns right here, but we can see that Sky tried to switch to his M416, but kind of changed his mind, and now he throws in the molly to buy some time for him to pick up his teammate, but unfortunately, Sem9 will not be, of course, letting that happen, but it's such a great shot coming from Sky, putting him down permanently.
Well, what's interesting is that HORAA Esports, they already secured 9 elimination points, and now they're in the top 3. Let's see what will happen here between Team Secret and CelcomDigi Alliance, as Team Secret, GK, is on the ground right now. Xerus behind him, one of the latest addition to the lineup of Team Secret. Leo will finish up GK, leaving Team Secret with 2 players left.
Oh man, this is getting exciting, ladies and gents. HORAA having the least chance of actually scoring the chicken, but of course we're not discounting the fact that HORAA might be able to pull off a great clutcher up against the 2 teams that we still have in this stage. But Cedal, they do have the number advantage, but then again, Team Secret, for now, okay, they do have a great vantage point since they do have the high ground. Let's see if they will be able to utilize this swiftly, because they're also running out of time.
Yeah, time is not on their side, especially when we come to stage number 9, because that's where the zone will close entirely. CelcomDigi Alliance, they now have a piece of this high ground. It's a good spot for them to be at. But now they not only need to manage Team Secret, they also have to manage the incoming HORAA Esports Supreme. Surprised by Oleo. And there goes HORAA Esports. Now it's down to CelcomDigi Alliance and Team Secret.
All right, here we go. Two teams going head to head for that chicken dinner. We got Oleo popping up some smokes here. Okay, great tactics coming from Cedo. They would love, of course, for the opposition to be blind at this point. Let's see. There will be if there will be an amazing maneuver coming from Cedo. And Trang going off angle here. He's on prone. Obviously, he would love to go for a sneak attack here up against Cedo Alliance. But when it comes to the number advantage, again, it will be coming from Malaysia.
I could go either way still, if you gotta think about it.
Yep.
Like 2v3, anyone could still win this one. Even though it's like you have 2 players, but they do have a high ground advantage. But when it comes to like the circle advantage, it seems quite clear that CelcomDigi Alliance, they're closer to the middle part of the circle. So the blue will affect Team Secret first.
All right, here we go. I mean, Zerus is doing his best, of course, to throw in a lot of nades, a lot of molly up against Cedo Alliance to apply pressure up against their enemies. But here comes Trang now, a little bit aggressive. Okay, he would love to shut down at least one player coming from Cedo to kind of take like a percentage of their advantage up against them. But let's see who's going to be doing the first mistake. Now Zerus taking in some damage. Cedo moving forward. We've got Trang trying to go for the blind side, but at the end of this round, it was Cedo who took the chicken and the victory for the first Miramar this evening.
Well, CelcomDigi Alliance with their second game today, securing the chicken dinner itself. And with a decent amount of eliminations, I must say. We'll need to tabulate the overall scores later on, or even after this, where we'll show the individual eliminations. But I'm pretty sure they did collect a good amount.
Oh, that is for sure. Yeah, I mean, like, we did talk about this moments ago, Sir Cloud. We don't exactly know which of these teams are going to go for, like, a head-on aggressive play style, and those teams that will be doing a long game. And so far, based on what we are seeing coming from these teams, I think they're also eager to really put up some numbers onto the leaderboard. And one of them is CelcomDigi Alliance, really putting up a great show for us and even securing a chicken dinner for the first Miramar. This is match number 2 out of the 36. So this is one way, again, for those teams to show us what kind of energy they can bring into the table.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. This is a showing. This is a showing here. And we did see that a lot of teams, they play their hearts out, right? Like Team Secret, like even Vampire Esports putting up a good show. But the one that put out a good show here for this round is going to be CelcomDigi Alliance. They not only bring themselves the chicken dinner, but they also take home 9 eliminations together with it. So that's 19 points sealed for CelcomDigi Alliance.
And the of course, one of the key factors to be able to really secure like such a massive win in any tournament is to really start your foundation at an early onset, like really rack up some elimination points and make sure that you create your gap as early as the first day of the tournament. You know, you need to dictate the pace, you need to set the tone in order for you to get that advantage compared to the other teams that are participating in this tournament.
Yep. So expect more fights happening in the upcoming matches as well. Yes, you can get the chicken dinner at this stage very early in the game, but the consistency still needs to be there to be able to lock in the top 16 spot. Now, besides CelcomDigi Alliance, HORAA Esports, this round, they are still fairly consistent. If you kind of think about it, they still bring home a lot of elimination points last we checked. And this time, Team Secret comes in as one of our teams to watch as well. And also MGN Vikings Esports from the Vietnamese region too. Also featuring some of the OG players within their lineup.
Yep, and we do expect, you know, coming from the teams, how they're gonna evolve in terms of their strategies in every of the match that we're going to have here. Again, we're looking forward to the unpredictability of the clashes that is going to happen inside the battlefield. And now, speaking of like players going head to head here, we got Sky and Aqua of RQ. Elimination points goes to Aqua. Damage output, however, it goes to Sky. So it means that he was able to maybe put a lot more players down on their knees compared to Aqua of RQ.
Oh, but our MVP this time is going to be Kasim, who's using a pseudonym, by the way. Yeah, 5 eliminations, 623 damage, and 14 utilization use. Of course, maximum survival time 28 minutes, 48 seconds, 4.53 MVP points. I wonder if we will, at the end of this season, also tabulate who will be the MVP for the season.
Okay. It's really hard to say because, again, we're looking at different lineups, different roster for teams here. I mean, this is the first time I've encountered MGN Vikings, so I don't exactly know what kind of aggression and what kind of strategy they're willing to put out for Ruthless Invitational. But of course, I'm excited to see, since we're going to have a lot of days, play for the playoffs. But top performers, just to give you guys an idea, this is coming from Miramar, of course. We've got Kasim, Aqua, we've got Sky of HORAA Esports, and for Thrives here, putting a total of 3 elimination points, 577 damage output, and a total of 42% team contribution.
Wow, HORAA Esports. Okay, though they did not score the chicken dinner yet, but they're still very consistent. Look at this. This round itself collecting 14 points, so that's pretty sweet there. Of course, CelcomDigi Alliance, we calculated early on, 19 points collected by them. Another team joins the double-digit score, which is Team Secret with 12, and also MGN Vikings Esports with 11. But on the other end, we have 5 different teams not scoring anything this round. Alter Ego, Talon, Todak, eArena, and Champions Esports. What are the teams that got eliminated early?
Oh, yeah. And probably, they're still trying to check if the waters are like an okay temperature. They're checking out, okay, if this team is going to rotate this way, or are they going to play aggressive in this tournament? Are they going to go for this kind of strategy? So again, this is more of like getting into your first date, right? Getting yourselves acquainted with the teams that are also part of this tournament. So perhaps, it's part of a bigger gameplay, especially for those teams who are not quite there just yet. But of course, the overalls, and we're looking at HORAA Esports being at the top spot for now. It's just a 2-point lead here up against Seedle, coming from second place with 28 points, and REINCE with a 19. And just look at that. HORAA Esports is actually at the top spot here, Sir Cloud, with not even a chicken dinner to their name.
I forgot how a first date feels like, but thanks for the reminder there. It's been a while. Yeah, maybe that's what HORAA Esports feels like. No chicken dinner, no problem. And they are currently at number 1. But of course, if you look at the overall, some of the teams, they only played 1 round. So you got to give them the benefit of the doubt. If you see that team, it's like, oh, why are they doing at page number 2? Why are they so far away? Okay, maybe they just played their first game. Or maybe they didn't play the Miramar match. So we got to give them the benefit of the doubt. Coming to match 3, once match 3 is done, then we will see everyone having at least 2 games by then.
And yeah, here we go. I mean, there's a lot of zeros still on the screen here, and if we're just gonna like really look at the names, I mean, VOIN Donkey, champion material. We've got Alter Ego Eris, champion material as well. I mean, FaZe Clan. I mean, who could even deny the prowess and tenacity of this boys in a tournament? So again, it is only just the beginning. We're still plotting the twists, for every matches that we're gonna go through for day number 1. So stick around, ladies and gents. Don't go away. We'll be taking a short break. We'll see you guys in a while. When we say it's going to be a short break, it is going to be a short break. And we're back, ladies and gents. The Ruthless Invitational Showdown, brought to you by Ruthless Esports. My name is Red Queen, together with Sir Cloud, and we are still your lovely casters for this spectacular tournament.
Oh yeah, and we're done with the Miramar match. So we're coming back onto Erangel after this, and at least by now we'll have somewhat of an idea of like, okay, so that's how they're gonna play in Erangel this season. That's how they're gonna play in Miramar this season. But we have not had like a full rotation yet of all the groups. So after this, we're gonna see B versus C.
Oh man. And again, if you guys missed to see the overall ranking just moments ago, it's HORAA Esports currently at the top spot with no chicken dinner, but they were able to pull off a great consistent gameplay from the two matches that we just had. And now you can see on the screen again, REINCE taking the first chicken dinner CelcomDigi Alliance with the second game, and now we're looking at groups B and C to fight for the chicken dinner match 3 in the OG map of Erangel.
Ooh, okay, and it's B and C again this time. So Group A will be taking a break. I'm already looking at these teams and wondering like, which team are we gonna pick? So hard. All of them are so good.
I know. It's really, it's really hard to like think of a team and predict a team like who's going to be winning, right? And we don't even know if like they're going to go through this matches seriously, or they're going to go through this like in their chillest mode, or are they going to be really fighting for their lives here? But we need to do this, Sir Cloud, even if it's such a big headache for us. I'm going to go and lock in the real soldiers.
Ooh, I was actually thinking of them. You took my prediction away. Okay, now I need to think of plan B. Okay.
We can have it. We can have it. Come on, guys. Let's go. I just feel like they're gonna retaliate for this round, because it was really an unfortunate exit moments ago. The first Erangel, I mean, that's not the way to go out, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I feel that they want redemption as well, right? From the way they went out. So, okay, I'll take on your offer, okay? We don't always do this, but let's bring on DRS Soldiers. Let's go.
Come on, production. I know you want to.
Yeah, you want to.
No!
You
Again!
want to.
Sir Cloud.
DRS Soldiers, let's go. I'm pretty sure production has as well. I mean, he has a jacket.
Always flexing the jerseys. Come on, it's so unfair.
Come on, DRS Soldiers, let's go.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, the first Erangel, they got eliminated by HORAA Esports. It was Prim who actually bagged 3 of their members. They were caught off guard, obviously. They went in to challenge up that very compound where HORAA Esports is currently staying. Well, I feel like it wasn't really what they were expecting to happen, or like expecting how things are gonna go down. So let's see if this will be like their redemption arc,
Yeah, I know, right? I'm sure they feel like, we should have lost that fight. We crashed into HORAA Esports, but HORAA Esports, obviously they were prepared for it. Like they had this setup ready. But this time, the difference is that HORAA Esports is not playing. So who knows? They could be thinking to themselves, like, okay, finally, the team that we find it most difficult to play against, they're not playing this round. So this is their chance.
Yeah, and again, it was a great defense, coming from HORAA Esports. They've handled it quite well. And since they're going to go and take a rest, for this round, I can still say that they have been playing the 2 matches quite consistently and aggressively, I might add. So let's see what's going to happen for the second Erangel here, if DRS can really manage to secure a chicken dinner. But the way that they played Erangel, the first Erangel, Sir Cloud, it was leaning towards more on aggressive gameplay. not the usual thing that we see from DRS, where they kind of always go for the long game and really start to rack up points a little later on in the match.
Yeah, they really want to have a really strong get-go, right? Like, well, we don't only want a chicken dinner, we also want to have good amount of eliminations together with it, which is fine. At the end of the day, it's all about collecting points, and how you collect those points, whether it's by getting the chicken dinner, whether it's by getting the elimination points, that's cool. And that's exactly the formula that HORAA Esports used, right? Like, go for eliminations, and then you end up as high as possible. So now they're number one without any chicken dinner. That could be the strategy that the DRS is also thinking.
That could be the case. But then again, I do wonder. Okay, I may have to check my notes here. Of course, who's going to be playing? It's going to be groups. B and C, right? Okay, so DRS. Okay, I think for the other teams, REINCE is definitely going to continue on with their momentum as well. I feel, since they were able to secure a chicken dinner, I feel like they're also going to gun for like another chicken dinner for this round. And of course, there's also BTR to consider. And let's see here. And perhaps ASI8 as well.
Yeah, we didn't get to see much of BTR in the previous round, as some of the players have been were eliminated early during the previous round match. But this could be a redemption round for them as well. We're heading back onto Erangel, match number 3 for today. And looking over at the flight path, I see the Gatka Mountain here passing by. So it's probably going to be a southern-ish kind of flight path as a start.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, yeah. Okay, here we go. Novo being at the tail end of this flight path. And just look at that parachute over there. What is this? I'm no longer updated with all of the skins, that we have from the game, but this is a pretty cool one to have. I think I want it.
It looks really nice. Not gonna lie, there. What do you call it? It's not even the parachute. It's like, what do you call the one before the parachute? What is it, like a glider or jump pack? Yeah, something like that.
All I know is that it looks like a glass hour or something. I don't know. But anyway, I think we have our first clash on the screen here. It's going to be RQ and the Voice of Vampire Esports, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're already having a trade-off, and RQ seems to have managed to get 1 point. And, okay, so we can see a little bit ring around the rosy here from between these two amazing players. Just so little I cannot see the name. It's Ginola. Okay, and RQ, I think they already have like a couple players down as well.
Yeah, Vampire Esports. You need to fight back with one of the players right now. RQ. They don't have Aqua, but they have the rest of them. Lapa across the room firing. Peko very, very low. Oh, Peko, aka Nepeko. Okay, he's using another pseudo name, but that is Nepeko. We expect a good performance out of him. Vampire Esports, interestingly, becomes the first team to be eliminated.
Oh man. Okay. Again, one of our surprises the moment that we started Erangel here. Okay, that is a confirmation that the vampires have already been sealed in their coffins, ladies and gents. And DRS Gaming. Okay, so far it's a good start. I don't see any teams that would contest them. For now, FaZe Clan is rotating around Milta area. They're actually pretty close with DRS, to be honest, and they might find themselves in a altercation later on. But that is, of course, one of the teams if they will decide to go on for a push here. They're also close with the players of VOIN Donkey, so we might see a three-way battle up ahead, but we'll just have to wait and see. Onto the northern side is going to be BTR and VOIN Esports that are really close and within proximity.
Yeah, and since we had FaZe Clan on earlier on, so just want to point out that Macaris is the original member of FaZe Clan from the previous season, from the last season, and they brought in a couple of new players from Osja, Thailand, to join them, including players like Dewey, like Red Bull, and now they formed this current FaZe Clan, and Chopper as well. So they formed this current FaZe Clan that will be competing in the official tournament later. So this is, you can kind of call this
Ooh.
FaZe Clan 3.0 now.
Well, there you have it, folks. Straight from Sir Cloud, the walking encyclopedia for PUBG, ladies and gents. But speaking of the fights and actions, because that's what we want to see on the screen here, it's going to be Vikings between Tribe Aeromacy. They've chosen to drop into the south side of Jorgopol, so they're close with one another, and we'll definitely see both of these teams duking it out in just a while. As for the other teams that might find themselves with a great trade-off, that would be D-Savior and Todak as well. We've got Sem9 also going for a reposition here, going towards or headed towards where VOIN Donkey. So yeah, everyone is already preparing themselves to go into the middle of the map here. And again, this is kind of a similar circle that we've had earlier on, but the difference is that we have a bigger portion right now coming from the military base. So perhaps this could be one of those matches that we anticipate, Sir Cloud, that the circle will favor the south part area of Erangel.
Ooh, I wouldn't mind if it goes to meet to the base. I mean, well, it's always my favorite kind of circle. There's still that small chance. That it might pull down, but there's a higher chance that it will go to the main peninsula. But yep, I remain hopeful for it anyway. I wonder if any team will commit there. I doubt so. I guess most teams, if they want to kind of like play safe, they can play around the area where Todak is at. So if the circle happen to shift down to mid to the base, they can quickly move over. Rather than they play around, like let's say Rozor and the circle goes down, then it's going to be hard for them to move over because there'll be gatekeepers and so on and so forth. So Todak is one of those teams playing that safer approach around the river area.
And we don't even know, like, if the zone will favor to go back to the main peninsula or will it go to the military base. But perhaps I think it's going to favor the middle part. So there will be a chance for those teams to still prioritize getting into a great position here. And maybe they should do an amazing job in terms of like predicting where this next circle will land. I think that is detrimental, of course, for any team here, considering that we do have two portions of the map included in the circle.
Yeah, look at this. Claw and REINCE, they're still staying at mid to the base. Probably kind of hoping that the circle goes down there, which is fine. And even if the circle goes up, then for them to gain access into the bridge, across, should be fine, unless a gatekeeper is there. But if they spot a gatekeeper, then they can always take a boat. I mean, there are good amount of options, right, to actually overcome the circle if you're on the wrong side of the island. But on the elimination feed, I noticed that Sem9, okay, one of the players actually knocked down a member of Todak.
Right. Oh, okay. Interesting. And now 9 might be getting executed. Yes, Sem9 did not waste any time of getting that point. And here comes a Yulo again with a massive shotgun attack. Unfortunately, he is a little slow on the trigger there, but Brian was able to follow through. But then again, Miko was able to flip the script there. And at the end of that exchange, Sem9 remained to be unbeatable with that clash, hence victoriously done from that round.
And Todak, unfortunately, out fairly early as well this round. They managed to gain 1 point though, but then again, well, there's still a lot more games to go. Todak in the Miramar match where they made their debut previously, they didn't gain that much as well. So they need to find a way to kind of claw back the next time they play. I believe the next time they play will be in match number 5, and that should be in Erangel again.
Oh yeah. Anyway, RQ Vikings ASI8 Tech in the blue here. And RQ will be coming from the northern side. Same thing goes for ASI8. So they might be able to also find each other there. As for the Vikings, two of them already made their way inside, but I feel like they might have an altercation with Tribe Aeromacy as well, since the team is just in front of them. And judging by the situation here, again, it's so hard to tell whether the circle will go to the main peninsula or maybe like go even on the down south, like south. Or now we can already see where it actually landed. So it went back to the main peninsula. REINCE now traveling from the south back to the main island. Same thing goes for Claw, but just look at the amount of teams that Claw might engage in just to step inside the zone.
Yeah, if they choose to like, okay, pass the bridge, turn left, then they'll be cool. But if they go straight, then there'll be FaZe Clan, DRS, maybe even Boom or maybe even Talon, depending on how far they go. So let's see what sort of information are they able to gather as they get into the main peninsula. But I think they should be fine because other teams are moving as well. I don't see yet any team really playing the zone gatekeeping role yet.
Here we go. Trade-off that we have been waiting for to happen. VOIN Esports, considering the range that they have against all of the enemies, I think it could be hard for them to really get an elimination point here. But now we're jumping into Vikings, also going for scouting for now. It's too early to go for any fights, to be honest, just because of like everyone is really prioritizing to get a very good position for now, since it's just stage 2 here. But then again, there are those teams that will play this one aggressively and really challenge up teams. And just like what Vikings doing at the moment here, it's a great demonstration on how they would want to approach, every engagement so far in Erangel.
Yeah, they want to stamp their dominance, right, around the area. So that's why they're quite spread out and just pulling random triggers around, also to throw away their opponents who might want to take over their position. So what VOIN is that he's on top of this hill alone, doing the scouting work. And for Sem9, who's below him, that he was shooting upon, like Sem9 does not know, like, okay, how many people are there on top of that hill? So they wouldn't want to challenge for that hill. So Sem9 is left down here. Not too bad for Sem9 as well, because they are somewhat in the middle of the circle. They do have compound, so it's okay for them too.
And RQ is just really patrolling the northern side of the safe zone, not even getting inside the circle just yet. I mean, they're checking out to see which of the teams are like pretty vulnerable, or like which teams they would want to attack first to secure a compound and to be really comfortable inside the circle. But then again, DRS Gaming, early engagement up against FaZe Clan, and Killer YT is on a streak here. He was able to shut down a player mid-range, but I think he's using him for a bait, checking to see if any other FaZe Clan members would go and opt to revive him.
Okay, next circle. Ooh, hardship towards the right. Oh, right. Interesting.
My goodness.
Man, Red Queen. So look at this. All these teams on the left side from Pachinki. We have Trap Aeromacy. We have REINCE Esports there. RRQ. This is going to be interesting. And it looks like REINCE Esports, they still want to hold that high ground. Or, okay, they're traveling towards Pachinki. Interesting. So they might bump into Trap Aeromacy.
Oh yeah, this is already inevitable, ladies and gents. I think REINCE will definitely pass through Pachinki here and maybe assume points up against Tribe Aeromacy. RQ still maybe deciding whether or not they're gonna maybe join into the mix there. But let's see what's going to happen. But in the meantime, Claw, we've got Red FaZe already with a red face because he's down on the ground, and again, that's a confirmation, perhaps been already taken out of the game here. We've got a Mika as well, getting a counter coming from Claw. VOIN Donkey, they might go up against BTR, but since they've already opened fire, that is already the declaration that they do want to get into a fight here, compromising their exact location. The question is if BTR will be taking the bait.
Yeah, nice shot by Bobohu earlier. Got to give him that as well. And because of that, Sem9, they lost players. We have the Indonesian connection here. BTR, VOIN Donkey. sharing the same area, but because these two teams are in the circle, I don't expect them to take this fight yet, unless if the circle moves away. But I believe that they're somewhere in the middle of the circle, so it might probably take them a few stages before they actually would consider to clash each other.
Yeah. Okay. And again, BTR. I think these are more of like warning shots up against their enemies, because it's not really an aggressive spray just yet coming from BTR. So perhaps they're just letting everyone know that this compound had already been marked, had already been taken, and you are not welcomed here. Okay. Looking at the situation with RQ, they did manage to put 4 points in the bag here. They're looking for Trexy, I believe, coming from Sim9. He might be the last surviving member, but then again, they're so pretty close as well with D Savior. And I do wonder if D Savior will also be picking up a fight up against RQ.
So it's 3 teams potentially clashing. Interesting. And we also have Sam9 around the corner. Okay, Trexy's here, but he is pretty much a lone variant, quite split out. And on the elimination feed, Aeromacy and REINCE Esports added at each other. The last we checked, they were around the area of Pachinki. Zone will continue to close. Let's see where will it go. Will it be another hard shift circle towards No Man's Land? And it goes to the middle, where BTR VOIN Donkey still have that circle.
Given the circumstances here, Sir, I feel like REINCE will definitely go up against Tribe Aeromacy and ASI8. But if one team decides, okay, I'm not going to be part of this for now, live to fight another day, but there's a big chance either of these 3 teams are definitely going to go head-to-head before they step into the zone. As for RQ, we've seen Lapar take down a point. That's Trexy already out of the game. And so far, RQ already managed to put 5 points in the bag as well, which is kind of a dominant performance for the second Erangel this evening.
Yeah, and looking at these teams on the outside the circle, they're trying to find a way to get in. D Savior probably going to play the gatekeeping role here against RRQ. Still circling around, deciding on whether they want to take part in any of these fights. Tribe Aeromacy trying to find an entry point, but so many teams in front of them.
Tribe Aeromacy, just look at that, passing through RQ. RQ not wasting any time here, going for the open fire up against the Tribe, and Trix, oh man! Such an accurate shot coming from Lapar in a moving vehicle, that is. So you just have to give him props for that one. RQ again bagged a point from Tribe Aeromacy, and now Tribe Aeromacy obviously needs to adjust their gameplay now that they have lost one of their players.
And here is Lamborghini with the high ground looking over at RRQ, not in the circle yet. And they have to try to find a way in. But while that's happening, we move back over to Claw. And Claw, they have company around the area. Back onto D Savior now, trying to stop RRQ. Lapa forcing his way through. They're not in the circle yet. It's so difficult with Lamborghini holding this position.
Here we go. I mean, it's Lamborghini that we're talking about, Sir Cloud. We've seen this guy really pull off a lot of miraculous shots, and really being aggressive in the battlefield. So perhaps he can be able to show us just that. I mean, just look at that. He is even connecting his bullets up against RQ with this kind of range. And he spots one. Lapar goes down as well, but it wasn't actually D Savior who caught that point. It was Claw. So that is a steal.
And Claw looking to steal more here. Trying to puncture the vehicle. Nice pistol shot though. But look at Claw, they're actually managing like what, at least 2 or 3 teams at the same time? Including Trapper and Messi here. They also have RRQ to face off with, and they're not like 100% in the circle yet. Although Rick can just move forward and should be in the circle, but still they need to consider on how they're going to manage stage number 5.
Zio right now with a DBS going up against Becca of RQ. Ooh, nicely done. Smooth like a criminal. Wait, what? Smooth as a criminal. How do you say it?
Smooth
Smooth
criminal.
criminal.
Aha.
Yeah, Zayo getting that shot done with a DBS. Wow.
Okay, so that's done and dusted. Now we shift over to Daryl Soldiers against ASI8. We have Delta here alone. Gante unfortunately is knocked down. XMPL together with Killer YT is still together with him. Killer YT lobs a nade across. They got Casanova in the process. XMPL coming into the building. DRS now defending the ground. They spot Huzaifa, and that is going to be DRS defending the ground pretty nice and well.
And 10 teams remaining here, stage 5. ASI8 getting eliminated. And now we're looking at VOIN Donkey here. Zeta already out of the picture. Razak trying to find a beautiful angle here to work with up against DRS Gaming, but DRS still managing to put up a great defense and manages to, of course, take proper covers just to not let their enemies take a point. But I think I spoke too soon because Example took a bullet. And now he's currently down on the ground, but Vexy, on the other hand, spotted players coming from D-Saver, and this is such an easy vantage point for VOIN Donkey. They already know that D-Saver, all of them cooped up in that small shack over there, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, that information, right, is valuable. But will it be valuable for VOIN Donkey to charge in? Maybe not for now. Leave it for later. But for Thrives Aeromacy, they must charge in. Okay, with the advantage provided by their opponents earlier on, now D-Saver, they're in a bit of a trouble if Thrives Aeromacy chooses to crash in onto their shack, but looks like they choose not to. Instead, they're moving towards where Claw was last seen. And now Claw, we do have their players still active around the corner. I believe that's going to be Boo Cool on the other side. He's keeping himself as safe as possible. Oh, it's going to be Pepeng, the last player for Claw. Second last player.
Second last player, yeah. I mean, it's still amazing though from Club Indonesia getting 3 points and managing to get it to stage 5. So it's not just the kill points that they're collecting; they're also managing to acquire some placement points as well. They need to find that perfect balance to work out for them in terms of like just trying to get ahead compared to the other teams here in this competition. And now checking out Tribe Aeromacy, 5 points. Trick's already out of the game here. Rig still with 0 LMs here, but DRS example still down. But I mean, they do have this compound all to themselves, so I think there will be time for their teammate to get picked up, and it'll still, be an explosive and aggressive playstyle for DRS since we are already at stage 5.
And coming into stage 6 really soon in about 25 more seconds. And where DRS is at, there's a chance that the circle will move away. That's where they need to prepare themselves for. Think about Claw, we have Unstoppable here, trying to stop the members of D-Savior from coming in, but D-Savior, they're losing player after player, and they have been eliminated by VOIN Donkey from the other side.
Well, it wasn't really an easy feat, for D-Saver. Again, they didn't really have that much option to begin with since they're all inside that shack, and to properly defend themselves with just like a tiny visual from that space is almost impossible, to be honest. But now that we are looking almost at the final teams here to go for the chicken dinner. BTR already in the middle. We've got DRS pretty close to them and VOIN Donkey. So, I mean, if we're going to be really paying close attention to like which teams here has the biggest chance to get the chicken dinner, those are the 3 teams that I just mentioned. Coming from the west side, still with a complete squad, are the boys from Vikings, but they're pretty exposed to not only BTR, but to VOIN Donkey as well. As for DRS, well, they will have to go through Talon Esports first. They need to take care of business, but this also means that they will be risking losing some members as well.
Nice shot from the side to take down a member of Talon. Now Talon only 2 active players left. And here comes the DRS. Find the remaining members of Talon. Okay, make that only 1 player left for Talon. And here comes NYBF. Again, another one of those pseudo names. Very low on health. DRS comes in. Jante gets knocked down. They fight back though. DRS, they have to follow up. They're going up against DBS. Oh my goodness, 2 knockdowns back to back. Can he actually pull off a clutch against DRS now?
Oh man, Killer YT opted to go for a revive. He needs Giante to pull up a great win here. But this will pave the way, of course, for Talon Esports to seal the deal, get those points as well. And now the DRS was able to pick up their teammate, Giante, of course, and now recuperating. Killer YT is, I think that was a nade that he popped off, right? And this is now crunch time for everyone since the pressure is already high. You know, the zone is already shrinking. Killer YT, after throwing that nade, goes from the second down to the ground floor, now hunting the remaining players come from Talon.
And the dance-off is happening still. We have Killer YT here in the building. At the same time, DRS on the rampage. They finally took out a member of Talon. Now we are in our top 5 teams, ladies and gentlemen, with DRS securing this compound.
Okay, I do wonder if Talon was able to pick up their... Okay, so they're already out of the game here. But you know what? BTR even tried to do the third party up against DRS while they were busy dealing with Talon Esports. It's just that, you know, maybe they've already felt like, okay, this is not going to be worth it. You know, we have to focus on VOIN Donkey. We need to focus on Thrives Aeromacy. We need to focus on Vikings because they're all in front of BTR, and it might be hard for them to sustain a battle up against DRS while looking at you know, at their enemy's direction from across the field.
Speaking about looking at VOIN Donkey's position on top of the rooftop, they have a lot of information that they can gather. Let's see if they will bring them the results that they want, because right now we'll switch over to Thrives Aeromacy. We have Venom here going against the Vikings. While the Vikings are 3 players, Venom is alone. His teammates are down south, waiting for the next circle to shift again. Zero knocked down by Vexy. That is VOIN Donkey with the vantage point and their information gathered.
Oh,
making
man.
Thrives Aeromacy not able to come out of the shack.
Now the real fight will begin, Circle, just because of the fact of that circle shift that we just witnessed. DRS now needs to snatch that compound where BTR is staying. So let's see if DRS can be successful at eliminating BTR, because BTR also looking at VOIN Donkey's direction. They're also looking at Vikings and Thrives Aeromacy, and this is going to be tough, right, for BTR since everyone is surrounding their compound.
Wunti. Look at that. Reza is just waiting for Runti to show himself. Okay, Wunti. He sees Wunti. He sees Wunti, but Wunti knows that he's being looked down upon. So that's why he's not making the move away from that tree. Break, taking a lot of damage from behind. That's going to be Thrives Aeromacy shooting onto him. Killer YT makes an appearance by knocking out Wunti instead.
Alright, here we go. Pressure is definitely kicking in, especially from the side of Vikings, since they already lost. My gosh, what is wrong with the... Okay, they already lost 2 of their members, which put them at a great risk. Now make that 3, because we're looking at just 1 more member to defend Vikings. Now DRS already trying to make a move here up against BTR, just like what we've anticipated, but unfortunately, Killer YT was vulnerable to a player from Vikings Esports, which is Teams, and Teams definitely capitalized on that one. Giante doing a massive spray as well, doing an counter, and Tens was able to take a hit from Giante. Stay out. Back off, Tens.
Oh, Gante almost got it though, but the nade from BTR, knocking out Gante. Now it's down to Delta to save them. BTR knows that they have the man advantage. Are they going to go for it? Are they going to secure those elimination points? It's going to be Delta right now against BTR, and BTR scored it.
Oh man, that was tough. That was tough for DRS just because of the fact the Zona did not favor them. Great positioning though for the side of BTR. And now, I feel like really they do have the best chance of scoring the chicken dinner here. Thrives Aeromacy, sooner or later, they're going to run out of space here and they're going to expose themselves to VOIN and Donkey. It has been a while, you know, for VOIN Donkey with the spray up against those remaining members of Thrives. But just look at the situation here. Thrives opted to go for the offense, I feel like. Zayo is getting the information he needs to go up against a VOIN Donkey, and they were able to shut down Vexy. Are you kidding me?
Ooh, BTR, they're on the roll right now. 7 elimination points for BTR, looking for their 8th. Trying to take out Vexy, but here comes Thrives Aeromacy. Thrives Aeromacy going up against VOIN Donkey. Razak's on the other building. Potato is on one building, taking a lot of damage from that volley itself. He has to heal up. He does have this first 8 though, so he should be fine.
Man, I feel like the moment the fight is over between Tribe and VOIN Donkey. BTR is definitely coming into play here. Potato very low in HP after that attack. But you know what? Tribe will not back down. Here comes the attack, and Potato with an accurate shotgun kill, putting Tribe Aeromacy out of their misery.
Nicely done by Potato. He was prepared for that. Now it's going to be the Indonesian connection. The teams that shared the same area from before, BTR and VOIN Donkey, but VOIN Donkey only represented by their captain, Potato, the IGR himself. Can he pull off a clutcher against 3 members from BTR? It's going to be quite a tall order, but never say never to anything.
Oh man, never say never, just like Bieber. Here we go. Potato cooking up that nade. Could potentially shut down Federalis since he is in the front line. Potato goes in for the attack. Federalis takes some damage, but he will respond with a nade himself. Can he be accurate? Potato was able to dodge that nade coming from BTR. He pops off those smokes, ready to charge the 3 players coming from BTR. 3v1 situation. Box with a parkour move. Let's see if they can get the job done for this stage 9.
Here comes Potato with SLK going up to the second floor. Oh, he's probably going to deny himself. Takes a lot of damage from the blue. Looks like the deny will not happen, but in the end it did. He denied himself away. Looks like BTR will be the one to score this chicken dinner.
Indo Pride, baby. Here we go. Indonesia again on the top spot for match number 3 in Erangel. Just look at Federalis' smile on the picture saying that, hey, do you really want us to be taken out of the game? I don't think so.
Oh, Fede and team scores the chicken dinner. They didn't have a good start in Miramar, but this is a redemption round for them to score that chicken dinner. Are we looking at a new era BTR where from the beginning of a tournament, they're able to be consistent to the end?
Man, they're a pretty strong roster. That much I can say. I mean, I casted another tournament yesterday, and right off the bat, you know, day number 1 of that tournament, they really came out guns blazing and they came out swinging, just really killing everyone in front of them. And I can say that, you know, there is really a big chance that this roster is really aiming for global dominance.
Ooh, I like that. And with the fact that coming into the second half of the year, a lot of these global tournaments will be happening, from like Esports World Cup to PMGC and so on and so forth. So there will be a lot to expect from a team like BTR if they're able to be consistent with this kind of performance here. So congratulations to BTR. Now it's all about the points, and how many points have other teams besides BTR have collected? That will be the question that we will answer soon.
Oh yeah, and I do love the fact, Sir Cloud, that these boys are really stepping up, you know, filling the big shoes that Zuxi and Luxi was able to leave, you know, in the roster of BTR. And just like what you said, this is going to be a start of the new era for BTR, and we're already almost like half of the year, and they're still doing an amazing job.
Yeah, I know, right? And thus, this new era of BTR kind of like started like towards the end of last year, early this year, somewhere around there. And of course, the inclusion of Federalis was like earlier this year. And look at the progression that they're having. Of course, it's only their second game in this tournament, so we gotta keep calm, ladies and gentlemen. But besides BTR, let's not forget about VOIN Donkey and DRS, and also Tribe Aeromacy as well for doing well this round. And DRS, they actually were really active this round. But like what you said during the cast earlier on, it's just unfortunate that they did not get the circle towards the later stages.
Yeah, I mean, the only teams that I saw had a compound to themselves would be like BTR, VOIN Donkey, and DRS. And the moment that the circle shifted away from DRS, there was a need for them to challenge BTR for that compound. And unfortunately, since it was already crunch time and there were a lot of teams that are also trying to gun down each other, the pressure was really high. And I think that was a little mishap onto the side of DRS, because they did not expect that they will be taken down from that angle where Killer White T actually stayed at with Giante, and that attack came from Vikings Esports.
Yeah, so it is what it is, but even though they didn't score the chicken dinner, but they still get the MVP of this match. represented by Killer YT with 4 eliminations and 925 damage, together with 8 utilities used. I believe that the DRS overall, they did score a good amount of elimination points because everyone did contribute to the points in this round.
Yeah, and Killer YT, I mean, this guy is already an OG, in the community. He had been compared to a lot of players, but still he stands tall with this kind of stats under his name and still continues on proving himself to be one of the fiercest players in the Nepali community. And speaking of top performance, aside from Killer YT coming from DRS, we also got Federalis, the Filipino Terminator of Indonesia right now. Potato coming from VOIN Donkey, the only player surviving that round early on, and Razak as well coming from VOIN Donkey. So we do have 2 players coming from VOIN Donkey, but 3 players in total coming from Indonesia.
Ooh, and here are the points. So 19 points for BTR, VOIN Donkey 14 points, DRS 13 points, 11 points for Thrives Aeromacy. So our top 4 teams, all of them gain a double digit this round. So that's nice to see. But unfortunately for the bottom 3, no points at all for FaZe Clan, ASI8 Esports, and surprise, surprise, a Vampire Esports. It's always a surprise if you see like Vampire Esports down there, because this is a team that is super duper stacked. Like they have like assembled like the best in Thailand in their lineup. So to see them not scoring anything at all, it's weird.
I mean, maybe they would love to have a dramatic entrance, a theatrical entrance, a theatrical gameplay. They set the drama for now, like, oh, we cannot really perform. But then again, maybe they will surprise us towards the remaining matches for day number 1 or perhaps in day 2. I mean, it's too early since this is only the playoffs and 16 slots is up for grabs, for the grand finals. So maybe it's still too early for the likes of Vampire to come out of their cave, come out of their coffins to actually slay.
Hey, but after all that, you know what? No other team was able to slay HORAA Esports, still maintaining the spot at number 1. Even though they didn't play that Erangel match with 30 points, followed by CelcomDigi Alliance, also did not play the Erangel match, still at number 2, 28 points. But welcome DRS to the podium spot at number 3, 32 points. So those are our top 3 teams on page number 2. Well, okay, by now all these teams would have at least played like 2 games. So it's kind of fair to see where they stand, right? So here are top 16 teams, including ASI8. Number 16, even though they didn't do well in the previous round.
Yep, and looking at the stats here, Thrives Aeromacy, they did climb up 6 ranks, so it got Claw with only 1. But again, it's too early to say. Plenty more things that can actually go, and we are still figuring out what kind of storylines and plots, of course, will unravel for today's set of matches. And looking at the situation, we only have like 3 teams here who haven't set any scores for them just yet, and that goes for eArena, FaZe Clan, and I forgot
Alter Ego
Eris. My gosh, memory.
Alright, but I understand it's unusual for us to see Alter Ego after like those 2 rounds not able to get a single point. But maybe they might find their redemption when we come back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. When we're back, it's going to be A versus B again. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this break. And go time it is for second half of our show tonight, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. We're still here with you. My name is CelcomDigi, together with the wonderful Red Queen with her collection of toys behind there. Maybe one of these days you can run us through like what are toys that you have there.
I have the Infinity Stone, so I can just snap my fingers and eliminate everyone in the battlefield. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of Dragon Ball Z, so I have Trunks over there and the famous Son Goku and some Pop Marts, you know, just little collection right here and then. I'm pretty sure you have a lot of collections, Sir Cloud. You have a collection of jerseys, which I don't have.
Oh man, I'm not gonna lie, right? I mean, we all love all this pop culture stuff, and I'm tempted to purchase whenever I see some of the goodies that I do like as well. So just saying.
Well, I know you guys are also fans of Star Wars, so you know this guy right here. You know this guy right here.
Oh man, Darth Vader, Stormtrooper.
Oh, Mega Man.
This is new in my collection.
Yeah, we're kids with some purchasing power.
Some highlight the word some.
Oh my goodness. But anyway, if you came late into the party, well, REINCE was able to take the first chicken dinner in Erangel. Then we got Cyril and then BTR coming in strong for our Erangel match. And I cannot even believe that we're already halfway through day number 1.
Oh man, yeah, time flies when you're having fun, right? And especially if you had fun watching Group A, where some of your favorite teams are at. They will be back in this round. So it's going to be A versus B, and we'll be heading on to Miramar after this. It's their first encounter, as in like this set of groups, first encounter in Miramar itself. So I wonder which team will score the chicken dinner.
I already have my team.
Ooh,
okay, I know who I'm going for in the next round. But yeah, of course, I'm still just trying to go over all the teams that will be playing for this round and just checking like if I'm sure with my choice.
Okay, all right. I wonder. Ooh, are those like one of those packs that you need to open?
Yeah, I mean, McDonald's has this new thing wherein you have to purchase this to get those Pokemon cards. I don't know if it's applicable in your country, but in the Philippines, well, we have this. But anyway, production is pressuring us to take our pick when it comes to the prediction. So I'm going to lock in mine. I'm going to go with 4 Thrives on this.
Ooh, okay. All right, 4 Thrives. Interesting. Good one. You recently saw them play, so you definitely have a good feel of how they are performing in recent time. Okay. It's hard. But I think I want to go for a team that we don't usually pick for whatever reason, right? I'm going to go for Team Secret. Let's go.
Okay. All right. How about you, production? We're waiting. You know what, ladies and gents, we'd love for you guys to pick your teams as well. Let us know down there in the comment section which of these teams are you guys rooting for to win for this round. So we would love to know your thoughts about this. And before production actually took away that little portion right there where you can see our team predictions, they picked HORAA Esports. Understandably so. I mean, HORAA right now is kind of leading the pack when it comes to the overall ranking. And yeah, I feel like they have already built such a great momentum for day number 1, and I feel like they will also probably have another explosive run, you know, for this match. But then again, I feel like there will be a lot of teams that will challenge them for supremacy here.
Yeah, I mean they're number 1 for a reason, right? So that it's just a matter of time before they score the chicken dinner. Even without the chicken dinner, they're number 1. So yeah, so there's a good chance that production might score this. I mean, not gonna lie, picking HORAA Esports is hardly ever wrong. So it's an interesting pick that production went for. So Yeah, I guess may the best team win this round.
Well, if HORAA Esports actually wins the chicken dinner, I will say congratulations to production in Nepali.
How do you do that?
No, because I recently put out a content saying congratulations to DRS Gaming. So I already know how to say congratulations in Nepali language. There you go, ladies and gents. That would be the challenge for me.
Okay, we'll keep that for later. Right? So HORAA Esports has to score that chicken dinner before we actually hear it from Red Queen herself. Let's jump into our second half of the day. Coming back to Miramar, it's A versus B.
Here we go. Take your shirts off, ladies and gents, because again, we're headed to the hottest map here in the competitive scene, which is, of course, Miramar. I would love to see some horses as their, of course, a choice of mobility here, just because it looks like, you know, the Wild Wild West, while someone or like a player really is like driving a horse there and just like moving back and forth in the sands.
Yeah, I would love to see that as well. I wonder if they actually have that right now. Was that a featured event? I'm not too sure, because obviously they're playing a tournament lobby, right? So the settings are sometimes different. So yeah, I guess if there is, then there is. But hopefully it makes an appearance since it is a theme. But okay, since we're on our second half, we're already getting this graphic of like the top players that shows up. So lots of different names. There's no one consistent name yet. I mean, we're only like, what, 3 games into the tournament? So yeah, I believe that would change significantly.
Yep, definitely agree with you there, Sir Cobb. But when it comes to popping heads inside the games, that would be Killer YT. Highest damage output, that's coming from Sky HORAA. But when it comes to the elimination points, it's Kasim from CelcomDigi Alliance.
Ooh, we're gonna get a Southern Circle this time. But I do notice that at least 2 teams are heading towards St. Martin, so that could be an early clash point for this round. Within the circle itself, Lost Learners, you can house up to 3 teams. I'm not too worried unless they choose to push each other, then there's going to be a different story. But if they want to like just take a corner and loot, that's fine as well. But in St. Martin, as we expected, here we go. eArena on screen.
Again, we have a Los Higas finish later on. Okay, we'll just have to wait and see if that ever happens. But eArena not having a great time at the beginning of the match here, because they're getting picked off one by one by 4 Thrives here. 4 Thrives already on the aggressive mode, hunting down players. We've got Falak with a DBS. Man, that is a lethal weapon to have. That is why he's feeling all confident to track down the players coming from eArena. But he needs to still be careful. You don't want to be reckless when it comes to pushing your enemies. Then there you go, 2014, shutting down not just 1, but 2 players coming from 4 Thrives.
Ooh, wow, 2014 fighting back. 4 Thrives now, only T24 as well as Noki left. And they are looking for revenge, but are they ready for it? Weapons-wise, maybe not the most equipped yet. So ideally, if they're able to loot up better weapons, then maybe they would be able to fight back. But while that's happening on the elimination feed, Claw, Boboku gets a target out of Team Secret. Typhoon is the one to fall.
Okay, all right. And again, that was an effective counter coming from 2014 of eArena. Man, the way that he shut down a couple of players from 4 Thrives all on his own. Oh man, that is a commendable performance right there. Even if they were at a disadvantage a while ago up against 4 Thrives, they were able to turn the tables. So let's see how long they're going to keep up this pace. But in another side of town, we're looking at DRS Gaming going up against FaZe Clan right here. We can see Delta on the screen with a Tommy gun, and he does have, I feel like, a level 1 helmet a while ago, and Shopper also with a level 1 helmet, but a level 2 vest, and with a micro Uzi. So that only goes to show that Shopper will be waiting for DRS to actually come close to him for a CQC fight, considering that he does have quite a good weapon. We're just hoping that Delta, and as well as the other boards of DRS, is not holding a shotgun here, because that would be crucial for Shopper.
Yeah, I don't see shotguns yet, but here comes Macarius with the UMP. Looks like he will rush in alone, and being alone means that he does not have any backup. Eliminated immediately. But Chopper still got Delta in the process. Okay. Maybe a follow-up by Dewey soon. But Dewey does not have any vehicles. So for him to follow up quickly, it's going to be a bit difficult. Anyway, they still have time to save Chopper.
Yeah, but they will have to pull off a great maneuver here just to save their teammate. And Julie, okay, I think he's going to rush this one. He's going to go for Killer YT. And let's see. Killer YT right now was able to build a momentum, you know, from all of the matches that we've played so far. Killer YT already on the move, charges in with the AUG. And there you go. Killer YT again bags another point for himself.
Okay, but the mission is not over yet. We have Red Bull here. He's known to be able to pull off clutches. Killer YT jumps in to secure the elimination point onto Red Bull. And that is FaZe Clan. No points. Number 16, the first team to go out.
And, of course, it's a big win for DRS just because of the fact that they were able to go through the clash without losing any of their members. So that is a straight up 4 points in the bag for DRS. And again, aggressive start of the match here for the real soldiers. eArena, okay, we've seen how they were able to have their one member cut off from the team because of 4 Thrives, but we've seen them do a massive counter as well. So T24 as well as Snowkey is kind of being calculated on how they're going to approach the remaining members of eArena, just because of the fact that eArena was able to flip the script, and now 4 Thrives is at the deficit here. So let's see what kind of maneuver as well 4 Thrives is ready to show for us.
Yeah, and they're not really moving yet when they're not in the circle. So stage 1 circle, stage 1 zone will be on top of them. Now eArena moving from compound to compound. 4 Thrives, Noki on top. Beautiful nade by 456 to knock him down. And that's going to be eArena leaving 4 Thrives with only one player left, T24.
Okay, so perhaps there has been a wide miscommunication. I mean, we've seen Falak really going aggressive when he was actually chasing players coming from eArena, and I think that was somehow a contributing factor on why they're losing this fight up against eArena. But anyway, I mean, hopes are not shattered completely just yet, because we're still looking at T24 here. He could be able to pull off a clutch as well up against eArena all on his own. I mean, we've seen this guy really perform the highest caliber that he could possibly do in any given situation. But now that he's backed in the corner here, he doesn't have any choice but to go up against, of course, 3 more members of eArena. And there you go, ladies and gents, sealing the deal. Joker, with a smile on his face, eliminated the last member of 4 Thrives.
And eArena will be the king of St. Martin in this round. Tons of loot for them to, loot before they move into the circle. But look at the teams around them. There's still DRS around, HORAA Esports coming in from the northern side, perhaps even GLU Squad. So we have at least 4 teams from the north that wants to make that rotation into the circle from that side, and they could probably bump into each other. But speaking of the bumping, Alter Ego, Xavier, let's go.
Okay, here we go. A lot of them cooking nades for now. We're not even in the kitchen, but a lot of them definitely cooking. But let's see who's gonna put on the secret sauce and manages to actually cook a very good meal, you know, for the team. And so far, Xavier is the one on the winning side of things. Let's see if they can really go for a massive win here up against Alter Ego Eris. And now we're looking at player 014 getting knocked down on the ground, this time by Ruthless of Rain. So this is a 3-way battle here. Lamborghini caught a DBS shot to the face that immediately puts him down on the ground.
Oh, and Xavier, that's going to be Paragin and Levi's right in front of them. It's going to be BX666, whoever he is. Very, very low on health. Evades that nade. Levi's with the S10K decides to heal, but from behind, who is that? Oh, it's going to be Tom from REINCE Esports, actually. Knocking him down from afar.
You man, okay. I mean, it is a nice way to keep track of this situation, right? If you do have the chance to get a point, you know, from a long range kill, then you just really have to grab every opportunity that presents itself to you. But anyway, REINCE right now challenging up D Savior after they have gone through an altercation with Alter Ego. Erangel cooking up a nade here, getting ready to throw it up against Pubg. Pubg needs to heal up, obviously, with 20% of health here. We got Ruthless ready to charge on him, and there you go, kaboom! And REINCE was able to pick up that point.
Oh, Refuse on the left, there's somebody. He's pretty low on ammunition as well. 9 bullets left for his okay. Lamborghini gets into the building, still with his UMP, reload, full bar. Now he goes in, puts pressure on the Refuse. Refuse now in the corner, but they have to be aware of another player on the other side as well. Nate took care of him. Now, all in focus on the Refuse. The last player for REINCE Esports. Refuse shows himself. He's going to take the preemptive approach. 2 bullets left on his SOK before he switches to his KL.
Man, these Sabres doing an amazing job so far defending this compound up against REINCE, especially for the fact that, hey, they went just over up against Alter Ego Eras, but that is such an unfortunate kill for the side of D Savior. I mean, he was on to the last one as well, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. There will only be one winner from a clash, and that is, or that was rather, REINCE.
Oof, that Refuse. He only had 2 bullets left on his SOK, and he made it happen. He made it work. He made it worthwhile with that final jump shot. That was beautiful. I mean, REINCE Esports, man. How can we ever doubt any of these players?
Oh, man, no doubt at all. Zero doubt. To be honest, from all of these teams here, I mean, these are already big names, right? I mean, they've already proven themselves, and now they're playing in this lobby to just really entertain us and just like maybe give us a sneak preview of what they can deliver in the official tournaments. And now with that great pick coming from KF of GLUBLUG, he was able to shut down HORAA Esports Sky. But hey, that was such a long nade coming from Height Dammy, and KF still was able to dodge that.
Now KF fires back, but he has to be aware that he's tanking the blue, and looking at where they are around the area of Pubg is quite far from the circle, and the circle will continue to shift slightly down south. But HORAA Esports looks like they continue to fight as well, okay? Haidami picks up his teammate. But while that was happening, Alter Ego just got eliminated at number 13. They take back 3 points together with them.
And just look at that, Sir. How there's a lot of teams flocking onto the east side of the map here. So we do expect a lot of cleanups to happen. And also some teams that would stand guard at the edge of the zone here just to make sure they assume points. Again, you gotta seize every opportunity here. And now we got GLU squad exiting the game with only 1 element. But it's still okay. They have been pretty aggressive from the get-go, but hopefully they can do a major comeback in the remaining matches. But we're looking at the 11 teams remaining here at Stage 3 in Miramar, and Claw right now putting a bullet onto ASI8 Esports, but still not managing to do the job just yet.
They still keep a decent distance between the two of them, but it should be better for ASI8 since they're closer to the circle. You can easily navigate through this compound area to get in, so it should be fine. Well, from the north, eArena is making the approach as well. As long as they can cut across this road, they'll be okay. All right. There are some teams there, and now they'll be fired upon. There's going to be the challenge. Joker will be the one to receive those bullets. Joker tries to get across, and he drives off to the sunset. But no, on the other side, DRS Killer YT was waiting for him.
Joker definitely getting punished by Huzaifa of ASI8, man. He did not even have the chance to step off the vehicle there. I mean, he was trying to get away, obviously, but then again, you know, because of the persistence coming from ASI to actually knock him down, they were able to do so. And we're looking at DRS, 4 elimination points in the bag here. They do have the opportunity to go up against ASI8, eArena, and even Claw, since those 3 teams that I mentioned will probably head towards where DRS is currently staying at, just because of the circle that we have. So we do expect that particular area to be a little bit on the bloody side. And speaking of Champions Esports, I believe they are already in the middle and might go up against VOIN Donkey.
Yeah, VOIN Donkey. Look at the spread as well. Like, they have somebody on the high ground. They have a couple of players on the low ground, so they're quite well spread out here. Just to gather as much information as possible in case anyone comes by. They are not too far away from the edge of the circle. So there's also a chance that the circle will go away. But by being that kind of position, that will also give them the opportunity to try to block teams from coming in while gaining those elimination points. Now, circle time, ladies and gentlemen. Will VOIN Donkey still get it? Will it go up to the high ground? Nope, it goes up north. And guess who got the circle as they come in? HORAA Esports.
Yeah, and also, you know what, DRS, okay, they have this great opportunity, of course, to assume points from ASI8 and eArena that will be really trying to infiltrate the circle from that spot, from that entry point where DRS is staying. But then again, going through matches, going through clashes, will risk losing some of your members. And if you are like a team really gunning for a chicken dinner, this could be like a crucial moment for you. But anyway, we've got Cedo and Pubg Esports going head-to-head, setting their conflicts, and Cedo Alliance might be the one winning this fight just because of the fact that Caleb was able to bag 2 of the Wolf Pack.
Ooh, nice execution there by Luke. Flicking towards the left side, immediately taking out the members of Pubg Esports, now leaving them with only Bombit left. Bombit is left to survive all by himself. Most likely will drive into as close as possible to the middle of the circle to hold on to that position. Now it's going to be DRS on the lower ground against ASI8 and Delta. Let's get one. Casanova goes up against Gante. Gante wins the high ground fight against his opponent.
Oh man, this is what I was talking about. Now here comes a DRS and of course a baby who will try, of course, to set the pace of the game here, avenging his fallen comrades, cooking up that nade inside that smoke. Delta's still currently knocked down. Deontay trying to find an angle here, and he was able to get Casanova!
Oh, look at the nade sent onto UZM. And UZM now pretty low. He's cooking up his own nade as well. And they are looking at him. They're just trying to find that right angle. At the same time, they have to pick up Delta. Example, now with his nade as well. Looks like Baby will be picked up, but Baby, he's still there with his nade. They're trying to find an angle, and they got it! They got 2 out of DRS. One more nade by UZM. Could he actually land it onto the remaining members of DRS now? Looks like a little bit of an overshot. It's still going to be Killer YT alone now. YT on the lower ground. Dances with ASI8, but ASI8 stood tall.
Baby, again with a dominant performance here up against the real soldiers, putting them out of the misery as well with only 6 elimination points, and now they are the team who will have a chance to go for that chicken dinner. But with all those gunshots that just happened, eArena picked up on that situation, and now I feel like they're more than ready to challenge up the boys of ASI8.
Whoa, okay. Here we're talking. We are talking. Alright, but we also need to talk about CelcomDigi Alliance. They got involved with ASI8 on the other side. Okay, interesting. Probably get to see them on screen later on, but now we also have eArena onto ASI8. They are pretty busy right now. How is UZM going to get into the circle? He's still on the outside.
Oh man. Tight competition right now with the remaining 10 teams here. We've got UZM keeping track on where he needs to point his gun. And now he's looking at 456 here coming from eArena, already down on prone here because he knows exactly where 456 is at. But the zone is catching up on him. He's getting chunks of his life, and he knows exactly that he needs to heal up if he wants to go up against the remaining player of eArena here. He needs to prep himself up. He does need to get all of the advantage working on his side just so he could eliminate this player from eArena.
Ooh, and Circle favors HORAA Esports. Interesting. Anyway, we'll check back on them later on. Finally, UZM taken out by 456 with that beautiful nade across. And that's another team eliminated. Now, it's all about some of these teams to get into the circle, including CelcomDigi Alliance.
Oh man, you did not even expect that UZM will be taken out of the equation. I mean, he does have a better vantage point to be exact. But anyway, again, it's the nature of the competition. And now we're looking at Olio here with a massive spray with his M249, but not hitting his target just yet. And now Kalud on down below here, trying to dance it off with one of the players coming from VOIN Esports. Again, it's a ring around the rosy here. Kalud not letting go of DBS, but he is taking some damage. But oh man, at the end of that dance-off, oh man, he was able to serve that win.
Now the next target is going to be Atomic Let's see if we can pull off an explosive performance here against CelcomDigi Alliance, who's currently in the circle. They don't really need to force this fight. It's a matter of how the circle will shift later on, but looks like they're busy with HORAA Esports Supreme. Just got one player of CelcomDigi Alliance elsewhere. Supreme on that high ground, spotted out by Urkas. But Urkas, no clean line of sight to shoot him down.
Yeah. Cito already lost Leon, and yeah, Haidami was the one who was able to pocket that win. But Cito already getting ready to enter the safe zone, and again, they would love to take care of business here up against champions as well. But HORAA Esports is well, they're really keeping track of everything that is happening from down below, which is, of course, a very good skill to master in any battle royale game. I think this is a fair vantage point for HORAA Esports. They could potentially, utilize this very spot to assume a lot of points here. Let's see how long they're going to be lasting in this particular round. But in the meantime, again, Champion not done with business just yet, up against Cito. Again, Aaliyah not letting go of that M249. Man, that is such a monstrous gun to have, especially at stage 5.
There goes REINCE Esports at number 7 with 6 elimination points. Now we're down to the top 6 teams. CelcomDigi Alliance still checking on Champions Esports together with Haidami, HORAA Esports on the other side as well. 3 different teams looking at each other right now. Everyone wants to get their good spot here in the middle of the circle, but the circle might shift away. Let's see in about 23 more seconds. This is the time where everyone will just hold their ground and not make those big moves yet.
Okay, Prim again, spotted Kasim, but oh, that was such a missed opportunity there. But Prim, well, he did give his attention back to champions, but again, I just would like to point out the fact that that was such a, like an opportunity missed to even take down that player, Kasim, coming from Cito. But yeah, let's see what's going to happen. Cito is not done just yet. Going up against or going head to head, up against a champion. Atomic is holding on to a smoke here. He will try to pop one up against Cito. And now Zeta, oh man, coming off from another angle here. VOIN Donkey would love to play a game as well.
Ooh, yes. They would like to join, but looks like CelcomDigi Alliance will be the one to bring the fight towards them. Oh, and here comes Oleo, crashing onto Champions Esports. By the moment Oleo arrives, immediately knocked down. The rest of CelcomDigi Alliance will need to follow up quickly. Atomic here will finish up for Leo with his DDS. There's going to be another point secured. CelcomDigi Alliance, only Adek left, and Adek not able to pull off a clutch here. Champions Esports, they won the fight against CelcomDigi Alliance, but we need to lick their wounds quickly because the zone is closing.
Yep, they were able to hold down the fort, so to speak. But they did get a little bit of help, coming from VOIN Donkey. But Zeta did not push for that third-party angle, and now we'll head back towards to the rest of the team because, well, VOIN Donkey might face the boys of Team Secret, but they're on a split right now. Trang is a bit far from where Xerus is actually staying at. But let's see, because Xerus already opened fired up against VOIN Donkey. We got Trang, a little bit of mishap as well. Oh no, that was such a crucial error there that puts him down on the ground with his own Molotov.
Oh man, not sure what happened there, but he's in an unfortunate position right now. There's almost no way that he can be saved by his teammates. He might just bleed out here. Unless Team Secret really want to force it through. Zeros is behind him though, but still kind of far. Being held hostage right now. We shift back over to HORAA Esports now. Trying to manage VOIN Donkey from this high ground. Gonna be Supreme while his teammate Haidami moves forward.
And we have to give recognition to eArena. I mean, we've seen them have a drop clash with 4 Thrives, and now they managed to get into stage 6 and part of the top 4 here for this match. So yeah, you have to also give it to them. But yeah, looking at the situation, VOIN Donkey, they have the number advantage here. They're the only team with 3 players, followed by HORAA. But HORAA is in such great vantage point compared to the rest of the teams here. They could potentially shut down eArena and VOIN Donkey as well. But of course, it all boils down on how good the execution will be coming from HORAA as well. VOIN Donkey, man, they're slowly creeping in I mean, two teams, both right across the road, and yeah, let's see who will be making the first mistake here.
Yeah, now it's just a matter of who will make the first mistake and also the next move. 20 seconds, that might force them to go. And cutting across this road is not going to be easy with the fact that HORAA Esports has this high ground locked in. I mean, where else are they going to go? It's going to be quite a tough challenge for them. Team Secret, one player on the other side as well, playing the mole. Oh, man. Okay, let's see how the circle will treat them. Oh, there's still a bit of the circle across the road on the north.
Okay, so it's not Preem, it's Supreme. Okay, got it, noted. Okay, I'm gonna call you Supreme now. Hi, Dammy. I mean, the thing is for HORAA Esports, they know where the enemies will be coming from. They've already taken note of like where Zeta is coming, where you know, the rest of the team will be coming from. Haidami's just really keeping a close eye on Zeta outside of the zone here, and Supreme is just like what you said, Cloud, just locked in this position, of course, to always have the advantage, you know, locked in within their team. And now we got 4, 5, 6 slowly creeping here. He gets the job done, taking down Supreme, which of course will change the pace of the game.
What a backstab by 456, beautifully executed. And that now will be an entry point for eArena to get into the circle. Supreme is just too far away from his other teammates and definitely will be eliminated by 456. eArena now has that entry point. Even from the northern side. Okay, but Zeros is here. Zeros with 2014. 1v1. Here we go.
Oh no, okay, so this is gonna be interesting. Okay, 2014 going up against Zeros is going to be a 1v1 here. Zeros cooking up with a nade. Oh, but it's Haidami who will, of course, come into the mix here. And Zeros, well, he did have that element of surprise, and he just caught Haidami, and Haidami now eliminated from the game, which is, of course, still looking at 3 teams remaining here for Stage 7. And just like that, HORAA Esports said their goodbyes.
Oh, yeah, when they had a really good position earlier on, so... yeah, not too sure what happened there. We didn't get a good glimpse of the other members, but looks like one by one got picked off somehow. Well, thinking about 1-0. The only one player left for Team Secret, still holding it on. VOIN Donkey knows that he's there, but they're going to put extra focus onto eArena instead.
Oh man, okay, so yeah, VOIN Donkey, they do have that number advantage, but if I were 2014, man, I would go through and challenge up Zero straight up. I mean, this is the opportunity for him to get one more point, get one more job done. 4, 5, 6, okay, he's slowly creeping in as well. I mean, we've seen him do this up against Supreme of HORAA Esports, hence taking down the advantage of HORAA. But let's see if he can pull off yet another one up against VOIN Donkey this time. But the pressure will definitely set in just because of the fact that 4, 5, 6 will be coming from outside of the zone. But it's no problem for 4, 5, 6. eArena right now charging in. A Potato getting ready for a fight here. Here comes the attack from 4, 5, 6 with a DPS and Potato. Man! Okay, Potato was able to defend himself.
Oh man, that was so close there. VOIN Donkey doing so far so good. They have to reset. Zeros. Look at him. Okay, is he going to come anytime soon? 2014? Maybe? Who's going to make that first move? Oh, 2014 reshot that by Zeros from the other side, and Zeros almost get him. 2014, one last thing of help, but 2014 somehow, one tick of help left. Still able to get the kill of the Zeros.
Man, it is crazy, man. Insane gameplays coming from eArena, no doubt. But here comes the attack now coming from Grayzek, and just like that, man, that was an instant finish right there coming from VOIN Donkey, eliminating eArena with only 7 points, and now wearing the crown here in match number 4, Miramar.
What a 3-way showdown that was, ladies and gentlemen. Are you not entertained? My goodness. That Zeros should have got that one. There was like, what, one last bullet left? Oh man, if you were to look at this replay again, like, he would have told himself that, that was so unlucky of Zeros.
Oh man. I am not over that fact. And you know what? VOIN Donkey was one of the teams that like had a 0 in the leaderboard, right? And now, man, they got the chicken dinner. So no doubt that they're gonna catapult themselves, you know, coming from the bottom to the top here with this amazing gameplay coming from VOIN Donkey.
Yeah, talk about coming back here, VOIN Donkey. nicely done this time with a chicken dinner. I wonder how many eliminations did they get. So we're gonna look at the numbers in a little bit more. But yeah, VOIN Donkey is one of those teams that always had that potential. Okay, here are the numbers. 4 eliminations for VOIN Donkey, so that's 14 points. So that's still alright. That's still alright. I mean, you can score a chicken dinner. You can't complain about that.
Exactly. And I don't even feel like we're casting the playoffs. I feel like we're casting the grand finals, you know? But just like, if we're going to consider how aggressive the teams that are performing for today's set of matches, it's just insane. Everyone's just really going berserk, really going for the aggression, aggressive play style, and really making sure that they acquire a lot of points, maybe to have that little buffer the moment that we step into day 2. But then again, it's really early for these teams to be popping off.
Yeah, I know, right? Like everyone's like, to a certain extent, like maybe proving to their coach or management, it's like, I want to play. I want to be in the main lineup here. I deserve to be that. And that's why all these teams are just putting out their best gameplay here. Oh man, it's just so good. And it doesn't feel like that one team is dominating. So at this, I know it's still very early. We're still in day number 1, but it just gives me the feeling of like, we don't know who will end up as the champion at the end of the day.
Oh, that is correct. That is correct. But hey, we did come for all of the action and adrenaline, jaw-dropping clutch gameplays coming from the teams here. And again, every team that we have so far in the lobby, they're not disappointing at all. They're really giving us like a great fan service here, giving us an idea like what to expect in the upcoming official tournaments. And, this is something that we always expect when it comes to the Invitational Showdown. This is the kind of action that it delivers, right? Now, head-to-head, we got Ruthless coming from REINCE here, going up against 2014 of eArena. Elimination points, well, obviously it's Ruthless. Damage is pretty close. And the only thing that I can see here who is a little bit, which is a little bit different, would be the team contribution. EA 2014 with only 42 and Ruthless with 66.
Yeah, and our MVP is not either one of them. Is going to be a representative of HORAA Esports. Again, that is. This time, it is going to be Supreme. 5 eliminations, 516 damage. And who needs utilities? Who needs nades? Who needs smokes if you're able to shoot like him?
Exactly. What are nades for? What does it do? I don't need that. I don't need something to go boom boom. I just need something to go pew pew. Okay, and that is exactly what Supreme did, putting up 5 elimination points in the bag here, putting up 516 damage output. This guy is on fire.
Yeah, and that's why he's the top performer this round, followed by Ruthless from REINCE Esports and Mr. 2014 together with 456, the pseudo names. Oh my goodness, here coming up as our top performers as well. And Supreme just reigns supreme when it comes to the elimination department, but when it comes to the damage department, it is still Ruthless here. I mean, REINCE Esports, if any team were to pick them up for the upcoming season, they're getting a steal.
Ooh, okay. All right. That's interesting. And again, ladies and gents, 14 amazing points set out by VOIN Donkey over here. Indonesia again. Indo Pride! Make some noise down there in the comment section, ladies and gents, and make sure we feel your energy. And then coming in at second, we've got eArena with 13. We got HORAA with 11. And even if, again, HORAA did not take the chicken dinner, I mean, this is still like a solid number right here. We got Team Secret champions, CelcomDigi Alliance, REINCE Esports, part of the top half when it comes to the match leaderboard.
And the only team not scoring anything this round is FaZe Clan. Surprise, surprise. I mean, we did see them during the early stages where they got eliminated when they dropped. So, yeah, it was just unfortunate for FaZe Clan this time to be left alone. On the other numbers, so throwables used, I doubt we'll get more than 200 looking at stats like our MVP not using a single utility. So maybe the average number will be around like 150 or so for throwables. But those are the numbers that doesn't truly affect the game. These are the important numbers here. So HORAA Esports is still at number 1.
No chicken, no problem for HORAA Esports, for the Purple Hearts. Being at the top spot with 41 points, up against CelcomDigi Alliance, who came in at second, but VOIN Donkey, massive performance, from the bottom all the way to a third place here. 28, we've got DRS coming in at 4, tied up with VOIN Donkey. Okay, so far, Team Secret. Okay, the only team I can see here also that managed to climb up 5 ranks and setting out a total of 21 points.
Yeah, and on page number 2, so of course some of these teams have not completed their cycle yet, so some of these teams have played 2 games, some of them 3 games. But for those who have played 3 games, so ASI8, welcome to the top 16. They go up 1 spot to number 15. All the other numbers, eArena, this is the round that they start to gain points. Before this, it was like all 0. So 13 points collected by them, boosting them up to number 12 from the 3rd page. And on 3rd page, the only team right now who has scored nothing is FaZe Clan.
I know, right? And again, maybe again, FaZe Clan would love to go for that dramatic entrance as well. Just letting everyone pass them for now. Okay, maybe you guys can have all the fun for now. You guys will definitely see us retaliate. Maybe day 2, maybe day 3. But then again, when it comes to the point system that we have in PUBG, it's heavy on the elimination side. So hopefully, FaZe Clan has something for us in terms of strategy and overall gameplay. But we'll definitely find that one out the moment that we step back into the matches that we still have for this tournament. So don't go away. Stay tuned only here at Ruthless Esports. are now on match number 5, ladies and gents. Welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10 with Red Queen and Sir Cloud. Well, it has been an amazing 4 matches, and I cannot wait to start match number 5. I cannot even believe that we're already halfway through day number 1 of the playoffs. How crazy is that?
Yeah, and it has been a very interesting day with the fact that, okay, no one team is like pulling away from other teams. So we still don't really know who will be the dominant team this season. And that's what's interesting, right? Is that you don't know which team will go all the way. So I wouldn't mind keeping it that way for dramatic purposes. But the drama will continue on because we're going to see Group A versus Group C next.
And I'm already looking at like which team do I need to pick. Okay, the pressure. Okay, this time I'm gonna go with BTR. Okay, BTR.
Okay, BTR. I'm going with my homeboys, CelcomDigi Alliance. Let's put it in.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, they have been consistent. They are currently at 2nd place, so no doubt they do have that momentum going for them.
Yeah, so I wonder, is that officially locked in yet? So until the graphic shows, right? Okay, that's official. Okay, well, production is not making it official yet. He's taking his time. Okay, all right. he puts the pressure on us, and then he's like, okay, I just want to see what you guys pick first.
He was like, production is already shouting in our ear, like, you need to make your prediction. You need to make your prediction. Pick the team now. Okay, that's HORAA Esports, 2nd in a row, huh?
I mean, they're currently at no chicken dinner, no problem, right? So at some point, they will score a chicken dinner, right? With their level of consistency.
No doubt. No doubt. And again, we are checking like how Hype Dami really blends into the team here. I mean, he is the most recent player that they've acquired, and so far is doing them good. Hype Dami obviously complements the whole team here. He's also blending into the kind of play style HORAA Esports is doing in the battlefield, and yes, it's an amazing thing to see. Lots of potential with the current roster that HORAA Esports has, and I cannot wait again to see them really perform in the official tournaments.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Absolutely. Because the second half of the year is going to be really, really interesting with the PMWC coming up, with the PMGC coming up as well. So all these teams, they have to be really, really geared up for it. Especially, of course, they all want a slot to be in the global stages, to be playing against the best of the best in the world, going for that top prize. Oh man, yeah, going for that top prize as well. So yeah, I'm truly interested to see how far like these teams who play regularly in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown and the Ruthless Esports series to perform this year.
Yeah, and I'm checking like, okay, which teams are actually playing for Nepal in the PMSL. I feel like, okay, so DRS definitely will be playing. Aeromacy will be playing in HORAA Esports. Are there any more teams that will represent Nepal? I will have to find out.
Yep, we'll fact check that later on because right now we have to get to business, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go with the final Erangel for today. And here we go. This flight path here looks like it's going to come from the southern-ish side, cutting across the military base.
Oh, please make it a military base finish. The harder it is for the players, of course, the more fun it is for us. We want to see like how teams will definitely react if they are being pushed in the corner, if they're pushed into their limits, right? How are they going to break the ceilings, right? I mean, how can their aggression really shoot through the roof here? And that's exactly what kind of action that we want to see coming from all of these players. Now, before we step into all of the drop crashes, we are seeing again the top players here in the playoffs. Highest damage now goes to Killer YT of DRS, dethroning Sky HORAA. Most elimination, oh man, it's still Killer YT at 10? Man, this guy's really on a frenzy today. Most knockouts as well. Wow,
he's stacking it up. And for DRS, they are playing this round. So let's see what sort of numbers he can put out on the board as well. something that we will look at. Okay, I'm also looking at some of the changes in drop spots. So 7-9, they switched to muted base this time. Team Secret going to Novos, and that's fine. But 7-9, this is a new drop spot for them. Circle-wise, looks like we're going to get a split between the northern side of the Saverni shooting range area and also the Patinki area. So it could still go either way. They can be tricky for teams.
And, well, okay. Expecting a little bit of shift in play style, since I think everyone is still trying to check out how they're going to do in terms of like their adaptability inside the games here. We're looking at HORAA Esports on the left side of the screen here, pillaging through this small compound and, of course, getting everything that they need. But for champions, well, they're going to start off with Tribe Aeromacy and what an attack right there with a DBS. And there you go. Both champion esports, both of these players are letting go of haymakers.
Ooh, and Kino is the one to get the first blood. All right. That's a very early, quick one by them. All right. So this entire area is now theirs. I don't see any other team close by. So they have the entire space to loot, though there's not really that much. Maybe they will move down to the town down south of them. I believe this is around the area of perhaps Milta, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah. Or maybe not. Okay, I'm still trying to identify this area.
Yeah, maybe. I wonder if that vehicle is from the game or from outside. Someone is definitely stepping on the gas there. But anyway, getting back into the action here. eArena with their massive gameplay just moments ago. And then I do wonder if they can continue playing at that kind of pace. You know, it can be exhausting. But then again, eArena was able to get the rhythm down in the previous match. And I'm pretty sure they can bring in the same energy here. Now that they're prepping themselves up to go up against One T's team, which is, of course, the Vikings.
Oh, and Joker is here. M249. Let's see if we can pull off something. All alone. He needs backup, though. Okay, his teammates are kind of far away. Okay, this is the area of South Joker pool.
Oh,
here comes Joker.
man.
Well, S12K versus the M249, and S12K would win at that range.
Yep, he is not making any jokes right now. He's currently face down on the ground. Pino, well, he got shut down with Rig of Tribe Aeromacy with an M249 nonetheless. And we've got a Balja of Champion Esports as well, fallen to his demise. And I think that is it. You know, Venom, oh man, just put an axe on his face there, avenging his teammate. And now we've got, you know, the rest of Tribe Aeromacy avenging Zayo. Up against Champions Esports, and they will have a chance to go for the chicken.
Right, at least that's a decent start there. But I also noticed something. Okay, is it me or are my eyes fooling me? Alter Ego is playing with 3 players this time.
Oh, yes, you're right.
So it's not me, right? Okay.
No. Your vision is perfectly fine, Zerla.
Yeah, because you have like the lime green and the whites, and then sometimes you have the yellow. So I had to like, double check that with you.
You're fine. You're not hallucinating. But yeah, I mean, starting a game at a deficit is kind of hard to actually pull off a win. But then again, we're talking about Alter Ego errors, so I'm still confident that they can get back on their feet here and still rack up some points. It may be slow, you know, it's kind of slow burn for the side of Alter Ego errors, but we already know what kind of caliber these guys can deliver in the battlefield, so I'm pretty chill about it. But what I'm not chill off is the fact that, okay, champions, just moments ago we've seen them really go up against Tribe Aeromacy, and because of that altercation, they lost 3 of their members, and we're looking at the Lone Wolf here, and probably he will be looking for a place where he could find peace and serenity for now.
Well, Pablo will find peace in the lobby from Alter Ego. Unfortunately eliminated. Oh, they're actually playing with 4. Okay. Right. I think the yellow kind of like made me not able to really see it clearly. But anyway, okay, Alter Ego, I believe they're playing with 3. One of the players just got eliminated, and now the rest of Alter Ego against Tribe Aeromacy. But who shot from afar? Oh, it's Mr. Badru onto Venom.
Oh no, it's Mr. Badru being bad with those awesome shots from Alter Ego Rares. And now let's see if Tribe Aeromacy can still get back on their feet because well, one of them is currently down. We got Rick here with a DPS shotgun, putting down a play from Alter Ego Rares, but X666 was able to do a follow through, hence saving his teammate.
But Rick was able to secure that one elimination point though, so at least something that he's able to pick up. Now it's a matter of the final member of Tribe Aeromacy if he's able to win this 1v1 fight. We have Tricks here. But 1v2, okay. Backup has arrived against Alter Ego. It's got a help left for Tricks. Tricks from the lower ground with S10. Just too much for him to handle. Alter Ego wins the fight against Tribe Aeromacy, but still, even though number 16, they scored 5 eliminations.
I mean, if you cannot really go for the placement points, just make sure that you're able to bag, or you can bag a lot of elimination points, because it can only go either way, right? You can play for the long game, or you can play for the aggressive one, but you need to choose, like if you're going to go aggressive or passive. And as for Tribe Aeromacy, yes, they did exit the game quite early, but the fact that they were able to get 5 points, yeah, it's a pretty solid force there.
Yeah, I know, right? You don't always get to see that kind of number for a team that gets eliminated first. So, still pretty decent job for Tribe Aeromacy, I must say. I'm sure that they would have liked more points, but hey, we still have a lot more rounds to go. So that's 5 points. It's okay. It's not that bad.
And just like what I said, Tribe Aeromacy, they're not really so big on getting chicken dinners, but in terms of that consistency, not exiting the game empty-handed is kind of their mantra, and it really works out for them. That is one of the major reasons why they caught the second place, in PMNC, South Asia, and would love to see the kind of gameplay improve as well for Tribe Aeromacy. We will see, of course, how they can actually get through all of the matches to secure a spot in the grand finals. But speaking of the circle shift, ladies and gents, just look at the massive number of teams coming from the north side.
Yeah, it's a hard shift towards the south right now. Pachinki is going to be the center of this circle. I would expect teams to try to get that Pachinki hill just on the outside of it. So let's see who will be the one to grab it first. But at the bridge, we have Thrives right now trying to play the gatekeeping role against 7-9. 7-9 passing by. 7-9, Trexie. Oh no, he's been caught out in the open, taking damage from T24, and he goes down. But T24 went down as well. Trade off between the two teams.
Yeah, it was Low that took down T24, and Noki was that Noki. So I'm just trying to check, guys. But anyway, Talon Esports right now, still traveling the luscious green spaces of Erangel. But T24 with that massive spray and that bridge area, I don't exactly know if they can really eliminate Sem9 in the process. But anyway, HORAA Esports find themselves in another altercation here up against Alter Ego Rares. Haidami with a run over situation there again, putting up a number under his name.
Yeah, still at the bridge here, Sem9, and not crossing into the circle yet. Okay, because Thrives is still around the corner. Thrives in the same situation as well. We're heading on to stage 3 soon. But while that's happening, we move over to eArena. Oh, Biren spots his target just right in front of him.
Oh,
Use a lot of damage. 2014 knockdown.
GLU versus eArena at this very compound. We got Who could catch up a nade here. I don't exactly know if he knows where to throw it, but 4, 5, 6, hey, making some way for eArena to win the fight, but in the process, they also suffered 2 casualties from that trade-off. And now getting back into firing over here of Sem9, man, they are really, of course, pushing for the win here, absolutely cornering this last player coming from Thrives. They're attacking the blue, so there's a little bit of pressure, not just from Thrives, but for Sem9 as well. But yeah, not having any first aid kits, I guess, can be really hard to pull off a win. But here comes Noki to the rescue Firen, Noki going at it. Firen just threw a nade. Unfortunately, Noki was able to, of course, get away from that very spot. And now the game will begin. The dance will definitely begin here. Noki with a DBS trying to find his way to that player. But hey, it'll take a little while for him to really get that number.
Firen goes up to the second floor. Still with his trusty shotgun going up against Noki's DBS. DBS at the ground floor. And Noki receives the damage. Ooh, does he have enough to heal up then? He does have some first aid at least. And Firen tries to finish him off, but not able to get the angle. Instead, it's going to be Noki with the DBS, knocking down Firen.
That was such a perfect timing and perfect clutch coming from Noki. I mean, the moment that he was able to heal up, he also went in for the charge there, hence winning the fight. And now we're looking at only 2 members now for Sem9, and Trexie's kind of stuck here for Thrives as well, so it might be a little hard for him to escape his fate. And he doesn't even have any first aid kits. He does have bandages, however, and I guess both of the teams here, or like both of the players rather, are going to wait each other out.
Oh man, for how long? That would be the question, right?
Yeah.
Standoff, ladies and gentlemen. 5 seconds till the zone, till the blue starts to close again. And here we go. If we move to stage 4, I worry that nobody's going to win at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think both players here doesn't want to let go of the situation. But Falak already inside his vehicle, so probably he's talking to Noki here like, man, you need to give that up. You know, we need to prioritize to get inside the zone.
No.
I mean, yeah, I do get you. You want that point, but come on, let's go. We need to get inside the zone.
No. Yeah, that's him replying, right? It's like, no, I want that point. No. Whatever you say. No. That point is too precious for me. My precious. But whoa. Talon in trouble. 1 by 1 not down. And we have Malabik. Okay. This is a new inclusion into the lineup. So Federalis is okay, he's still playing. The one that's taking a break, could it be Sata? I mean, it's just so confusing with all these pseudo names.
I feel like Malakbik is Snape. Is he?
Yeah, that's right.
Is he? Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, I got that one right. Yeah, I got a point. But yeah, I mean, that guy has been amazing. During the last tournament that I casted, he was really doing great. He even like had the opportunity to actually score that MVP, overall MVP title. I mean, just because of like the aggression, all in all, that he's showing in the battlefield. So like, no doubt that this guy can pretty much really go for the win here. And as for Thrives, man, Noki and Falak just really went for it, huh? I mean, they still went for that kill, and I think they're already satisfied, and now that's their cue to get inside the safe zone. Well, I do understand, like, elimination points, it's really hard to go by, and if you do have that opportunity to get some, you'll definitely seize it, and that's exactly what we've seen so far coming from Thrives.
Oh, and Sentai still has Trexie though, so at least they're still in the game. Now the circle shifts. Ooh. And they don't have the circle. Right in front of them is going to be Vikings waiting to guard the circle. But on the other side, we have BTR now against HORAA Esports on the outside of the circle. Nate set across by none other than Sata. I'm not going to even try to say the name that he put out here. So that's Sata, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, Dami with a nade. Can he actually land it on two members of BTR? Shot tossed there by Haidami. It did connect, but not enough to knock them down.
Okay, Sleepy has been put to sleep here, ladies and gents. Dami putting a pressure up to the side of BTR. Malek Big prepping a Molotov for himself again, responding to HORAA Esports, and they're fighting over this Potato Hill. Now, we've got Haidami pretty low in HP. Same thing goes for Supreme, but both of the boys here cooking up a nade here, getting ready to throw up against BTR. But you know what? Federalis says hi! Coming from Indonesia, coming in hot. We got Haidami on the floor here. Supreme caught a nade to his face as well. Man, that was very brutal, I can say.
But they're not out of it yet. Vampire Esports, they monitor the situation. They saw whatever happened earlier on. Is Tony K going to go for it? That's going to be the question. And looks like they might, oh no, they switch their focus on Todak right now with 9 down on his knees, and Mela will eliminate him.
All right, here we go. This is one cat you don't want to come across. He will definitely bite and scratch. And here comes Who now, back on the screen, ladies and gents, trying to take care of this up against Todak. And man, that was beautifully done. Two-piece kill for this guy who of eArena, but that is the end of the line for him. And Tony K just made sure of that one. Vampire Esports getting into the mix here, but Chinola, there's a need for him to get picked up at this point. But then it could be hard just because of the fact that he is outside of this house, and Vikings Esports capitalizing on the situation.
Yeah, he needs to get into somewhere safe before being safe, but I don't see it to be a problem. He should be able to get in. Smokesman deployed by Vampire Esports. Trexie, the IGL, the Lone Ranger for Sem9, is the one wrecking havoc onto Vampire.
Oh, yes. Here we go. 7 teams remaining at stage 4?
Wow.
Okay, everyone's really eager to have their dinner. But anyway, okay. I mean, it works for us. We can have our dinners as well. And okay, so Vampire Esports now 2 elimination points. Okay, where they are exactly? Okay, they're a little bit onto the northern side, pretty close with BTR. So perhaps we will see them go head to head. And just a while here, ladies and gents. And again, Trexie from Sem9, he is the only player for the team. We can see that Tony K has been trying to do a little spray, and I'm sure that those are the boys of BTR trying to pass through.
Oh, and let's not forget about RQ as well, close by. Okay, anyway, let's see will the circle mean anything to them real soon. Circle shifts towards the high ground area of Pubg, and in the circle it's going to be the Vikings coming in from the southern side. They will have an easy entry in. Same goes for 4th Thrives as well from the high ground, from the Pubg hills. So now BTR across the road. Time for them to make the decision on where they want to go. They do have Razy as a marker though. They can go towards Razy, but that will also mean that while traveling there, they might be shot down by Vampire.
If Vikings can control of the situation down south, I think they pretty much have also a big chance on getting to the latter stages of the game here. But in the meantime, we're looking at BTR going up against the last remaining player of Sem9 and was able to bag that point. And again, getting back into the situation here, BTR might go up against Vampire Esports, so that means that both the teams will be risking to lose some members, and all Vikings need to do in this situation just really wait for it. But it looks like RQ will go for a reposition instead of going for the northern side as their entry point. They will be headed towards down south. But anyway, Pecco right here, eliminating one player. Federalis coming off the kill feed, already knocked down by Tony K.
Tony K being the bane of BTR. Even from before, he's been looking at them. And does he want to go and finish up the job? Federalis down on his knees. Tony K, is he going to go for it? Yes, he will. He will play from the other side of the road, while his other teammates are behind him. Tony K lobs a nade across. Behind him, he needs to be aware of the members of BTR as well. Tony K rushing in. Tony K comes in. Tony K just next to the corner. Tony K gets the idea of the day. And Tony K will be the one to take out 2 players of BTR.
No, Federalis is still alive. Malek Big was able to put him inside the car. So, oh man, there's still a chance for Federalis to get picked up in this situation, Circle. It is crazy. But Tony K, man, this guy's brutal right here. I mean, he is definitely seeing blood at this point. Vampire Esports with their late gameplay here, trying to exert their dominance up against the other teams remaining for stage 5. We've got Mallow on the screen, just really maintaining, a close monitoring situation from all directions from this compound that they're staying at.
Ooh, could this be the round for Vampire? But it's still too early because we still have the Vikings here with a full squad. So it could be any other team. Anyway, for BTR, looks like Satar just took out a play of Talon.
Oh man.
Putting them in a domination streak with 5 elimination points. BTR. 2 players managed to make themselves inside the circle with a compound. Here comes the Vikings onto RQ.
Oof, okay, so yeah, Federal is already out of the game here. I mean, the way that Malagbik was able to put him inside the car was just epic, I can say. But, you know, we've already called this one Vikings. If they can control, you know, the south part area of the circle, they have, of course, a big chance of getting the winner chicken dinner. But then again, Vampire Esports was able to take hold of that compound up north. So, yeah, I think it will go down between these two amazing teams. But we're not discounting the fact that BTR might perhaps, you know, pull off a great miracle here, going up against Vampire and or even like Vikings. But let's not take NXZZ from Talon Esports of the equation just yet. I mean, he is still alive and kicking after all.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. As long as he's still in the game, anything can happen. We have seen all those surprises happen before, multiple times before this. So always keep an eye on all these sneaky players. On top of this hill, we have MGN Vikings Esports. Below them, it's going to be BTR Superman, knocked down by Razy. But because he's on this hill, his teammates should be able to pick him up. And here's BTR making the circle around from the lower ground. They want to take over this high ground, but they only have two players. Now Sata might need the charge. He is gathering information. It's not going to be easy for him to get a good view of what's happening or the position of Vikings on top of this hill. So instead, it's going to be Vikings still on their vehicle, repositioning themselves. They're deciding what they want to do. Do they want to take out BTR or do they want to move away?
Well, that is a big question. Sorry about that. Wrong pipe. Okay, now better. Anyway, okay, back to Bigetron. 5 elimination points for the team, and now Razy doing a massive spray, of course, to keep the boys of Vikings at bay here. But obviously, Vikings, now that they have like all the confidence to pursue a fight up against BTR, they will not be backing down in the situation. But it's such a passive thing to see, you know, for Vampires. I mean, they're letting everyone fight it off before they join into the mix here. Now, here comes Superman, challenging them up, but he's been taking some kryptonite shots because he's pretty low in HP now.
Yeah, so by being low, he has to be extra careful now. But he should be able to recover. Yeah, he's back up right now, 80% of health. While Vampire, they are still managing BTR from before by the edge of the circle. That compound that BTR is at, they should still be in the circle, but that means that they're trapped inside of it. The moment they step out, like, they'll be shot at by Vikings and also Vampire from the other side. So BTR, they're not in the best position.
They are not at all. I mean, Vampire, no pressure at all to leave the compound just yet. I mean, they can probably hear those gunshots happening, but, you know, it is not time for them to get into the engagement, so they're really letting everyone have the trade-off before they step into the game. And as for BTR, man, we're talking about like 20 more seconds left before we hit stage 7 here, so there's really a need for them to go for that reposition. But of course, we are still waiting where the circle will land.
Oh, we'll find it out in about 5 more seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Circle number 7. Who will be favored by it? Everyone's holding on their ground right now. And looks like Vampire Esports gets the circle. Everyone else will need to head to their direction.
Okay, here we go. Break is not giving BTR a break at all. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of pressure for the side of BTR just because of the fact that they no longer have the manpower. They're outside of the zone here. Obviously, they're outnumbered by the teams remaining here. And how are they going to be pushing forward? Yes, they do have a vehicle, but that could be easily get blown up by Vikings.
Yeah, that's going to be real difficult, right? That's why their position wasn't the best, although it looked like it, because they had the compound. But now the moment they have to step out, then it's going to be real hard. And the Vikings, they take position. They want the points out of BTR. Okay, anyway, Sata makes his move. Hugging the left side up, he somehow managed to find a space to be up in the high ground on par with the Vikings.
Yeah, because 1T, I believe, exposed himself to Vampires as well. So that actually paved the way for both Satar and Razy here to leave that house safely and get into this position. But it's a good thing 1T was able to recover from the those bullets. Okay, now he is slaughtering the remaining points of BTR here, but he cannot overextend his peak. The moment that he stands up, he's gonna be exposed to vampires as well.
And there goes another team. Vampire Esports currently dominating with 5 elimination points. Talon is out. Now it's going to be BTR, Vampire Esports, or the Vikings for this chicken dinner. Still, the circle favors Vampire Esports and BTR. Still in a tough position, but somehow they managed to slide their way into the circle. Stage 7, they should still be fine. But here comes BTR, Tony K from behind.
Yeah, okay, this is interesting. Vikings right now need to manage both teams. I mean, they just got pinched by Bigetron and Vampire. Tony K obviously applying a little bit of pressure. So in a way, BTR's been getting a little bit of help, coming from Tony K. But Tony K needed to step away for a moment there to recuperate. But here comes Tiz now getting shut down by Razy of BTR.
And here comes Tata as well, spraying into the smoke. And the Vikings eliminated! Oh man, like what you said, they had a little bit of an assist from Vampire Esports, and with that, they will both take out the Vikings, but Vampire Esports will now claim their taxes and also the chicken dinner.
But I mean, that was an interesting turn of events, to be honest. Probably Vikings wasn't really expecting that, Tony K will move forward and leave the refuge that they have inside that compound and trying to get lucky with the shots there. And because of Tony K actually getting into the mix and interfering with the kind of exchange that they're having with the BTR during that time, oh man, Vikings got eliminated just because they got sandwiched in between. But of course, obviously BTR, they didn't have the manpower, and Vampire was it was easy for them to score that chicken dinner. And hence, we are crowning the boys of Vampire Esports for match number 5.
Oh yeah, Vampire Esports with this kind of new lineup with the inclusion of Mela into it. They managed to score 8 eliminations in this round, so that's 18 points collected by Vampire Esports. And even before this, when they had the Vampire 2.0 with the members of FaZe Clan coming in, everyone had the question of why you did not bring Mela together with you? And now with the inclusion of Mela, we can see the level of gameplay they are at. They are just the best right now, arguably the best team in Thailand, even on paper itself.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, Sir Cloud. Oh man, okay. Hopefully, we can get a shirt from Vampire Esports. But anyway, yeah. I'm interested, to see, of course, with this new lineup, with this new roster, is it going to be a new era for the Vampire Esports as well? As we all know, for the side of Vampire Esports, they're pretty good when it comes to global competitions, right? But I think they're still finding it hard to dominate when it comes to a regional clash.
Yeah, perhaps a level of consistency as well, and also that one trophy that the Vampires have not got yet is the PMGC trophy. So that's gonna happen on the second half of the year, obviously. So this is just the beginning of their journey. Now, besides Vampire Esports, next to them is going to be BTR, RRQ as well. And say hello to MGN Vikings Esports to be one of the top teams up here. Interesting enough, RRQ, they were not in the top 3, but they are part of the teams to watch. So they must have gotten a lot of elimination points.
You are absolutely right. I'm really curious at this MGN Vikings, to be honest. And the only player I know coming from this team is, of course, 1T, who came from Team Flash, who got acquired by D-Savior and now playing for Vikings. But let's talk about that later on, as we see that Vampire Esports now going head-to-head here with Bigetron. Damage, I think, is pretty close. Elimination is close as well. But yeah, the only thing that is a bit different here would be the amount of healing done inside the game.
Yeah, other than that, it's pretty close, right? So I guess this just tells the story that BTR, they were a little bit more active. Even in the game, we saw that they were more active than them. So that's why they took fight after fight, and that's why they had to heal a little bit more. But the one that was very, very active, the one that was the bane for BTR during the middle stage of the game is Tony K as our MVP this time. 4 elimination points, 576 damage, and 9 utilities used. So he used pretty much everything based on this stats here to gain this MVP status.
You know what, everyone, like every team that I know in the competitive scene have already changed their roster. I think the only team that I know that haven't done that just yet would be D plus Kia, because they were able to sign all of their players back again for this year's competitions.
Ooh, yeah, we haven't get. They're not in our Ruthless Invitational Showdown at this time. Yeah, hopefully we get to see them again in the upcoming series. But looking over at some of the top performers here, so Tony K, we have Falak from 4 Thrives. Yeah, Falak, I remember 4 Thrives, they tried to block Sem Knight at the bridge and they spent a lot of time there, but they came out on top. And then we have Rick from Tribe Aeromacy, who used to also play for Harame Bros before this. And of course, we do have Sata here, always the consistent man for BTR.
Yeah, Rick did play for Harame Bros and then switched to T2K, and now he's playing for Tribe Aeromacy. Okay, all right. I think he's a key player, you know, for every team that he played for, and we are seeing that kind of talent right now here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. So I'm, you know, my hopes are very high, of course, for Tribe Aeromacy, because I just know that, you know, these guys are pretty consistent as well. Match leaderboard: 18 for Thailand's VPE with the chicken dinner. Bigetron coming in at second with 14. So only 2 teams scored a double-digit finish here for this round. This is already second to the last match here, ladies and gents. We are already at match number 5 in Erangel. We're gonna, of course, cap things off in Miramar later on. But before that, we're looking at the stats here, and just look at the throwables used here, Sir Cloud. This is not the usual number that we see on screen, right?
Yeah, it's pretty much on the lower side, I must say. But what interests me more as well is the 0 airdrops looted. And just because it's like the second last game for tonight and also the last game for Group A, so I guess they might be telling themselves that we ain't got no time for airdrops. Let's just take fights. Let's just go for it, right? And they just went all guns blazing. I mean, there was a lot of action in this round as well. So second time also to note that this is the second time today that we did not see any airdrops looted based on these stats.
Yeah, I mean, talk about playing these games fast-paced. I mean, we are just at stage 4, and I believe there were only 7 teams remaining from the match. So yeah, everyone's really like on an aggressive mode for today's set of matches. HORAA, amazingly, still at the number 1 spot here with 45. Seedol is also a non-mover with 38. Posting a chicken dinner as well. BTR climbed 3 spots here with 35. VOIN Donkey moved down a rank. Same thing goes for DRS and REINCE, and a couple more teams that actually improved from this previous round.
Yeah, and on page number 2, of course, it's only day number 1. So if you see your team here or on page number 3, don't worry yet, ladies and gentlemen. We still have many more days to go in the playoffs here. Some of the notable names, like our regular RRQ here on page number 2, but they did rise up a little bit now and they're currently at number 10 with 9 points collected from the previous round. And on page number 3, FaZe Clan, to be fair to them, they did not play the previous round, though they are still the only team that has not scored a single point yet. So hopefully they'll be able to pick up a couple of points in our final game next.
Okay, maybe they're a little bit distracted, you know, for tonight's set of matches, because they number 1. I mean, it's not really, you know, big of a deal just yet. I mean, for the likes of FaZe Clan, that is. I mean, they have been veterans, you know, they have been a long-time veterans here when it comes to the competitive scene. But anyway, guys, we will be right back with the final match, of course, so don't go away. Red Queen and Sir Cloud will be right back after this.
It is the final game for day number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, you are still watching the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. Already 10 seasons. We're already a decade old. Oh my goodness. 10 seasons. Man, can we go a century? Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. We're still here with you. My name is CelcomDigi, together with the wonderful Red Queen. And the final game is upon us for today.
Final game. I'm not even ready to end the day today, Sir Kyle. It's just so amazing to see that the teams are really all fired up, really showing us great and just really in the mood to score a lot of points for today, which makes this day number 1 very special, I can say.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Absolutely. With amazing gameplays from these teams. In case you just join us, these are the teams that scored the chicken dinner today. No repeat yet so far. So we started off today with REINCE Esports, followed by CelcomDigi Alliance, and then BTR, VOIN Donkey, and recently, Vampire Esports. So no repeats yet. I wonder who will score the next one. That's something we need to figure out.
But we have to take note of the fact that we already have 2 teams repping up Indonesia when it comes to the chicken dinner. Now, for the final prediction, Sir Cloud, Miramar, who are you gonna go for?
Ooh. So hard.
I'm gonna look at my notes.
Yeah, who is it gonna be? I don't know about this.
Okay, can I choose DRS back again?
Oh, sure.
What? Production.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll go for the other Nepali team then. Let's bring on Tribe Aeromacy. Let's go.
Okay. I just have this feeling that DRS will not let this day go by without scoring a chicken dinner, because it's a different pace they're playing right now. Usually they're passive again during the first zones, and now I feel like they are having a lot of drop clashes, to be honest, in both of the maps.
Yeah, and I do have that feeling as well. DRS might score a chicken dinner. So I don't know. It's always a hard one to pick, right? So yeah, I mean, DRS, they have been showing good performance. Even Killer YT has been showing up in our top stats as well. So that's also kind of like a signal that they might push through to get a chicken dinner at the end of the day. It's just a matter of when will they get the chicken dinner, right?
Well, this is already the final game, so I'm really crossing my fingers here. But, one thing is for sure, teams will definitely pop off. That means that, everyone's really going to put up a show here, which, of course, what we want to happen. I do wonder if it is going to be the same drop clashes here, or if we're going to continue on seeing teams really play at a high pace, like a high octane pace, and see a lot of drop clashes to commence.
Ooh, if that were to happen, then get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for very early action as we head on to our final match here for today inside of Miramar. And here we go. The flight path will be from the northern side of Torre Ahumada all the way down to Los Eagles. So it's a pretty nice kind of flight path that split in between the map, and most areas are accessible to these teams. So let's see if there will be that drop clash happening.
You know what? For the separate titles that we have on the screen here, it looks like Killer YT and Skies is playing a little bit of a tug of war when it comes to the highest damage, most eliminations, and most knockdowns inside the game. So it's going to be an interesting fight here. It's like a mini side quest, right? But then again, we do have... we don't really have a prize for the MVP title. This is just, again, more on bragging rights.
Yeah, bragging rights. That's more valuable than a prize, than any other prize. As a competitor, you want to always be the one that's like on top, the one that's like the shining star for the team. So yeah, we can see that's probably the motivation for these players as well. And let's not forget about Sky. Always in our Ruthless Esports tournament series, he's always up there as the MVP guy.
Watashi was that. Since you talked about Star. But anyway, I can already hear some gunshots happen coming from a micro Uzi or what? Oh no, not a micro Uzi. This is a Vector. Okay, let's see what's going to happen as DRS now comes into play here up against FaZe. We already have Shopper down on the ground here. Killer YT cooking up a nade. Let's see. He's trying to find a working angle here. He is probably listening to all of the footsteps. Great pre-fire though. It did not connect.
This nade might connect though. Let's find that angle. Trying to find the right window. He's cooking it. Ooh, that nade just right beside Killer YT. Lucky enough for him, no damage. Shopper, he's currently down. FaZe fighting back onto DRS. And FaZe Magarys managed to get Delta. So now they are at a 3v3 situation. Jui is pretty low key. He has like 2 bandages. Red Bull takes a lot of damage as well. And DRS Gante finally got Jui. Delta finished off by Magarys. Magarys will be knocked out by Killer YT. We still have Gante here on the lower ground. Red Bull across with only 1 last health left.
I trade off here between these two teams, man. They're really fighting off who will be the kings of Hacienda del Patron. Now, Killer YT and there's a DRS Gaming. This is known to be their favorite drop spot when it comes to Miramar. And now Delta had already been taken out. Let's see what example Killer YT and Gante is going to do in this situation up against FaZe. But then again, you know, FaZe, if they still don't win this fight, they will remain the only team who haven't sent out any points in the leaderboard.
Well, let's see if we can pull off a clutch here, but the answer is unfortunately no, as DRS will win the fight. But
with 1 point.
Slight silver lining for FaZe Clan. That 1 point, yeah, that 1 point. At least they got it off the board.
Yep. I mean, it is an improvement, and improvement is an improvement. We'll take that as a progress, you know, for the side of FaZe Clan. But as for D Savior, okay, they are having an exchange here, obviously. Patagon and Levi's took most of the hit. That's why they're out of the game. Lamborghini bagging 3. So perhaps we're talking about one more player from another team that they're trying to hunt out. But then again, they're not alone in this particular spot. There's ASI8 and Vikings. So 3 squads that chose to drop in Los Leones.
Los Leones generally can house 3 teams unless they choose to fight each other. And that seems to be the case right now. Ruzaifa on the lower ground, he's still snaking in front of Nati. He probably knows that Nati is in this building, but who's going to be the first one to pull the trigger? Okay, he gets up. Alright, behind him is Vikings. So he has to be extra careful not to overexpose himself, especially from behind.
And okay, I'm looking at like M249 versus an AKM. I think AKM stands a chance because well, M249, yes, it has like massive amount of ammo, but the fire rate is kind of like slow compared to an AKM. And also it's like 5.6 versus a 7 when it comes to like bullets. So I guess, you know, AKM does stand a chance when it comes to a CQC, that is. If he comes close, that's also one of the big question marks that we have. In the meantime, okay, D Savior again, they want to fight obviously up against ASI8, judging by the fact that ASI now to their down to their last member here, but they're not out of the woods. In this case, not out of the sands just yet, because Vikings is lurking within the area here, and I'm probably sure they're just waiting for that right moment to kind of step in. But here comes the attack now. Huzaifa open fired, hence compromising his location. Now going in for the charge up against Natty T here. And Huzaifa, man, greeted with a DBS shotgun to the face.
What an outplay by Natty, man. I totally didn't expect that. I thought that it would have gone the other way, but hey, Natty, that was really, really fast on the trigger.
No question there, man. Ah, man. I mean, Huzaifa must be feeling bad. I mean, he did have that a bit of a, you know, like element of surprise there, but Natty T was kind of really prepared. You know, he anticipated like the attack coming from Huzaifa very smoothly done, I can say. 14 teams remaining. Again, ASI8 FaZe, both teams out of the game here. Tony K, man, okay, just got shut down by Red FaZe.
Oh, and Tony K, the main man, knocked down and now eliminated by Sata BTR. So he actually stole that point away from the hands of Red FaZe. Okay. I wonder if they will seek revenge right now. Vampire Esports, they're going towards Claw. Bobo, who will be knocked out by Janola. And Mela, now around the corner looking for his next target. But before that, securing that elimination, splat onto the ground.
Man, hit and run from the kill feed. Man, okay, so Claw, Pepenko or Pepenk is scouting the area, perhaps just looking at like whether or not teams will be challenging them for this particular spot. RQ spotted an enemy from up top there. He's trying to, of course, confirm if this is such a good thing to attack. But judging by the situation, I don't think you should, just because it will be easier for that guy at the top to eliminate you because you're pretty exposed. But anyway, Sem9, I think that's the team that were able to climb up the mountains here. They do have a chance to eliminate RQ, but coming from Talon Esports, Ayok is down on the ground as well.
Yes, Trexie. And he was trying to climb up. Oh, no. Oh, Trexie. Okay, can he defend his ground? Okay, they have arrived. Trexie fires, but only onto the vehicle. No damage at all onto Aqua. Short range nade. Trexie still holds his ground somehow. Oh man, that was a scary move there by RRQ.
Confirmation, Ayok already out of the game from Tribe Aeromacy. We got Firen still, and the rest of Sem9 at the top here. Even if they get like knocked down by other players, I think they will have enough time to pick up their teammate. But of course, what they need to do is manage their resources. Of course, in Miramar, if you were able to take down a team or like a player here, you will have to go through their backpacks to kind of replenish what you have also in store. But in the meantime, let's check out what is happening over to the map feed here. So you can see that most of the teams are already trying to get into position right in the middle of the zone. But for the teams that will be entering the circle for now, that would be the boys of DRS. We also got, VOIN Esports, The Savior, Lamborghini, and of course, Vikings.
Oh, but look at the elimination feed rate, Queen. Trexie is not. And the last time we checked, he was on one of the high grounds. So looks like he will not be able to be saved and eliminated by Nerpeko. Top makes an appearance, securing that elimination point onto Sata.
Oh, man. Okay, so Sem9, I think, kind of dropped the ball there up against REQ. The fact that you have the high ground advantage, getting knocked down is, well, kind of hard to accept. Hard pill to swallow. But BTR, man, not looking good. We're talking about their last player here.
Oh man, BTR not that around this time. You might lose that third place spot to the other teams like DRS or even REINCE or Vikings because the points are not too far away. But nevertheless, it is still day number one. And at the playoff stage, the objective is just only to make the top 16 to move into the grand final. So with their current performance, they should be still fine.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But I feel like really I'm already doing the casting for grand finals, to be honest. I mean, I keep losing the fact that, this is just like a day number one off the playoffs. I mean, we're talking about 16 slots up for grabs for the grand finals. And yet everyone is like playing like it's already the last day of this competition, which is, of course, really good entertainment. Okay, so DRS manages to, of course, bag 4 points now. Delta again. They lost Delta in Ascenda de Patron going up against FaZe there. Killer YT right now going in for a charge up against VOIN Esports over here with a shotgun, and now he was able to get one. Opted to go for a 2 there, but unfortunately he gets tagged from that exchange, courtesy of Johan.
And VOIN Esports, you need to recover quickly because DRS is still around the corner and they might come anytime soon. They need to save Killer YT. And we have Gante cooking up this nade, sends it across, eliminates Bombit. And the rest of DRS, example behind, Is he going to go for the save, or do they want to finish off Boom Esports? Yummy will be the one at the forefront. Killer YT will be finished off by Yummy with a snake. Yummy cooking up his next snake right now. Looking at Gante. And is he going to toss it anytime soon? Gante moves back because they don't see a reason for them to charge further since the circle moved away anyway.
Okay. But I mean, looking at the situation, Tribe Aeromacy does have the chance here to assume points. I mean, Vikings definitely will head towards that direction. But in the meantime, let's check out what is happening with DRS and Boom Esports still. I mean, it's not over just yet. Johan continues to defend himself. But Galte coming up from behind here. Johan, amazing skill. He was able to pick that one up. And now Galte facing on floor. Johan with a massive spray. Once again, single-handedly, he took care of business up against DRS.
Man, one of the latest additions to Boom Esports' lineup, showing his value here in this round. But anyway, DRS, even though they got eliminated at number 14, they still walk away with 6 elimination points, which is pretty okay, I must say. Well, tomorrow is another day for DRS, so no worries there. But let's check out what's happening here between Claw and Vampire and Vampire and also Vikings. Oh, so many teams. But that one shot by a Mallow takes our break.
Yeah, Vikings, okay, so they're out entirely? I'm checking the names here. Okay, not just yet, because Wunty just got knocked down on the ground here, and well, I think they're still having an exchange, but yeah, Claw will now have to face Vampires at this point. There's no backing out in the situation at all. But RQ, Peko again, still coming after Vikings, and Superman, good enough, was able to hide in that I guess ridge over there. So Viking continues to survive from the situation, but RQ, I feel like they're feeling confident enough to push through with a fight there up against Vikings.
A lot of these teams taking the high ground now, including Talon themselves. So looking at the current situation with the circle, whoever who gets the high ground, it's a good position to be in. Unless if the circle moves away, then it's going to be a different conversation altogether. Now Vampire is just across Claw. Are they going to fight with each other? Maybe not, because both of them in the circle. So they'll probably hold on to the position for now. So we shift forward to Todak while they're at it. And now Todak, they do have REINCE in front.
Okay. I mean, this is probably the first Miramar that's kind of you know, like a slow-paced game, because a while ago everyone just really came out swinging and really went for like most of the drop clashes that happened in the previous Miramar. But right now it's a little bit on the passive side, but not the same for Todak and REINCE, since they're trying to deal with business here. Brian just made sure that Joel will not come back. Mika, on the other hand, also got knocked down from Sem9. Same thing goes for Yulo, and they're going up against RQ.
And on screen, we got top taking out Beko. Okay, REINCE Esports still up against Todak at this point. Same time, RRQ and Sem9 looks like Mika just got knocked down. And looking at Todak, they're still holding the ground. They're within the circle, so they're fine. But on the southern side here, the high grounds, we have RRQ. Sem9, Fearon on the other side. He was holding that position for the longest time since the beginning of this game, since stage 1. But he'll be forced to go down.
Wow. Monster truck climbing up this mountain right here. But you know what? Oh man, they don't even know that there's a player here coming from Talon Esports. Let's see what's going to happen as they go through the top here. That angry spray coming from Venom just sealed the deal, and now they have taken over that top spot right there, and they could probably take care of business. You know, the remaining players coming from Talon, Axel, and NXZZ.
And there is Boom Esports, eliminated at number 13 with 3 elimination points. A lot of teams here within the circle, and what makes the game a little bit of a slower pace side, because this circle right now, it's a rough terrain sort of circle. Like you have like the very, very high grounds, and then you have like somewhere in the middle, and also the lower ground. So for the teams to meet with each other, it's not a straight line of sight. And that's why we still see this many teams, this many players at this stage of the game, just because of how the circle is.
Yeah, and with this circle, I feel like everyone's really trying to get on a high ground as well, circle, but it can be hard. But most of the teams that are pretty close with one another are teams that are coming from down south. I mean, we've got a Vampire, we got Claw, RQ, we even have Superman coming from Vikings here. D Savior, they're not getting into the mix just yet. They're probably still gathering some information because of the gunshots that's been happening down south here. Tribe Aeromacy will be pushing through, of course, entering from the south part area of the zone. So it's going to be an interesting fight all in all because we've got a lot of teams down there.
Here comes the tap from afar by Nate. You probably see something that we don't. Anyway, for top, he clearly sees Peko making that rotation. And Peko, because of the pressure from the top, well, from the top by top, that is, he has to leave his vehicle. The point will go to REINCE Esports, eliminated by Refuse. And that's REINCE Esports collecting their 4th point. Now they do have Refuse up on this high ground as well, playing the same strategy as how we saw a few other players earlier on. Sharing the same area is going to be Todak, Scam on the other side.
I want to see where VOIN Donkey is, to be honest, just to check out like if they are really holding on to a good vantage point or like holding into a high ground here. Okay, but it's amazing to see that Bigetron, despite the fact that they're down to their last player, man, they still manages, of course, to get to this stage alone. But it will be hard, you know, for Razy to pull off a win, you know, going up against a full squad here. Not unless, of course, he can really perform a great clutch. But Talon Esports, okay, I think that was a confirmation that they've already been deleted from the game, so we'll see them tomorrow. And as for Red Face, okay, again, with a bloody face, currently knocked down on the ground there. Not sure if he can still get picked up, but yes, I think so. They still have time here. Vampire Esports, they stopped putting pressure here. I mean, they just let Claw reset at this point.
Yeah, I guess they're waiting for the blue to do its own work to push Claw towards them instead. But here we have Dog 1v1 against Scam. And Dog is pretty low. Shut down by Scam. And with the fact that he's all the way up there, there's no way. But oh, wait a second. Refuse from the other side actually managed to get a knockdown to Scam. So if Pop can make it to the top of this hill or this mountain, then he could potentially save Dog.
He could, but this can be hard. You know how tricky it is to climb mountains on foot here. Remember, that's why, you know, most of the players, most of the teams are opt to like get inside a vehicle to climb up the mountains here in Miramar. But of course, the kill feed is lining up already. Claw's getting picked up one by one. Same thing goes for Peko of RQ going up against Miaola of Vampire Esports, and I guess that's it. You know, Vampire was able to take care of business, and now they're onto the edge of the circle here. And ready to go up against RQ. Here comes Ginola with a massive spray, but unfortunately he took a DBS to the face here, and now La Par means business.
Okay, can he actually pull off a clutch here? 1v3, and looks like the answer is no, says Mela. And they will be able to save their teammate Ginola here. They'll be back up as a 3-0. But the rest of RRQ, okay, coming in. Berndia on the other side, but a bit too far. And Vampire Esports, they have enough cover for them to reset. But let's not forget about Superman. Ooh, Superman. He's going to pull off a surprise here against RRQ. Not yet, perhaps.
I guess for the side of Tribe Aeromacy, because they were at the edge of the circle moments ago, down south, it got overwhelming for them to manage a lot of teams that were headed towards that same direction. That resulted to their demise at this point. But Vampires, okay, they do know where Superman is just because Superman actually parked his vehicle close by, so that's already a dead giveaway right there. But D Savior managing to put 7 elimination points under their belt, considering that they're down to their 2 players, it is a great performance. But RRQ, man, okay, so they took the L from Vampires.
Okay. I thought that they were a bit too far from Vampire, but somehow they managed to find that angle. But now they also found Superman inside this tunnel. All right, let's see how they're going to deal with Superman. Superman with his nade, lobbed across, will not connect. He actually has nowhere to go. If he jumps out the other side, it's a bit too high. He might take a bit of damage, at the same time exposing himself. So he's kind of stuck here.
Yeah, and also for Ginola and Malo here, they're kind of exposed to like Razy and PTR as well. But the question if Razy is going to join into the mix here. But yeah, that was such an aggressive flushing out from Vampire Esports, just making sure that they will secure that point. But as for Razy, I don't think he's going to play at all. You know, I feel like he's really going to wait for all the teams here to kind of go ahead and fire at each other before he even comes into play here. I mean, he could focus on longevity because he doesn't have enough players to back him up. I mean, he's all alone to deal with business here. Lamborghini throws a nade. That was quite a challenge up against Vampire Esports, but let's see. I mean, Lamborghini and Natty, this tandem is pretty unstoppable. They're, you know, like a great couple as well, like a great tandem to play for Team Savior. Let's see if they can eliminate Vampire Esports.
Oh, from afar, it's going to be Ginola getting Natty and Vampire Esports. They are on a rampage. Wow, are they looking for a back-to-back? Chicken Dinner, the first team to score a double. All right, here we go. Anyway, Vampire Esports, they're playing as a trio. Right now, rushing on to D-Saber, Lamborghini.
Wow.
Managed to get one, and Lamborghini will finish off that one player of Vampire Esports before he got shut down by Mello from behind. And Mello now from the lower ground on the VOIN Donkey, but he is pretty low, not able to take out the damage. He will be knocked down as well.
Vampire Esports going out with a loud bang. Before Lamborghini actually exited the game, he took one with him. And now we're looking at the final three teams remaining here. VOIN Donkey from Indonesia, and we've got REINCE from Mongolia, and Vampire Esports repping up Thailand. But you know what? VOIN Donkey seems to have the biggest chance of scoring the chicken dinner just because they're still a complete squad.
Oh, and it's confirmed that we will get the first team to score a double chicken dinner. Because all these top three teams, they have scored their own chicken dinners before. It's a matter of who will wrap things up here to be the one that brings the double in. REINCE Esports right now playing as a trio. VOIN Donkey with a full squad. Ruthless sees Malo. He knows that he's there. Here's the audio cue. Pulls the trigger on the Malo. Malo, 50% of health left. Ruthless cooking up this nade to finish up the job.
Okay, here we go. Malo, 50% of health. Yes, but he was able to heal himself up. But right from the behind, VOIN Donkey is eager to push him out as well. I mean, REINCE is there, and there you go. Razak just put an end, of course, to that player, hence stealing the point from Refuse.
Now it's either REINCE or VOIN Donkey for this chicken dinner. VOIN Donkey, a little bit of a higher chance since they have a full team. Vexy on this very, very high ground. He's gathering information for his team. So now his team has an idea of where the members of REINCE are at. 10 more seconds before we see stage number 7. And that could be the final stage. Potentially stage 7 is the finale.
Perhaps that could be the case. You know, that is why I was so curious as to where VOIN Donkey is a while ago. Like, if they were really holding on to like a high ground advantage compared to the other teams, because well, yeah, I mean, I was curious just because of the fact that I felt like they were holding on to an essential spot in the zone, hence contributing to the fact that they managed to get into, of course, the stage 7 here, going up against REINCE. But it was such a great shot coming from VOIN Donkey. The fact that they were able to put down one play from REINCE, and that would be top. Oh man, I mean, this only goes to show that VOIN Donkey might want to make a statement, you know, for day number 1 to completely show how dominant they can be.
Ooh, they got Doctor here on. Now, Refuse, we need to fend for himself. Refuse will be knocked down. Okay, Top is back up again. And now let's see if Top can actually heal himself up in time. He should be able to. Okay, he's back up to 80% of health. They're very separated at this point, both Doc and Top. So they have to fend for themselves. While VOIN Donkey still with a full team. Well, technically, yes. He should be able to pick up their teammate. Now Zeta is managing Top. 1v1, cooking up this nade. If this nade lands on the top, that means that REINCE will only have one player left, but this nade will not land yet.
Woo! This is what we want to see, of course. Top in action. Right now, it's going to be a 1v1 situation up against VOIN Donkey. Here comes the exchange! And oh my goodness, REINCE just got eliminated. Hence, VOIN Donkey taking the throne for the final match here. And day number 1 of the playoffs, the Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
And VOIN Donkey becomes the first team to score 2 chicken dinners this season. Great work here by VOIN Donkey. Man, this team now is going to be the team to watch. I wonder if they will be able to pick that top spot out of hands of HORAA Esports, something that we will be looking forward to once we tabulate the scores later on. So, VOIN Donkey, this team is the day 1 kings with a double chicken dinner.
When I say VOIN, you say Donkey. VOIN?
Donkey!
VOIN?
Donkey!
Well, they deserve that chat just because of the fact that they're the first team to score a double chicken dinner here. And it's amazing gameplay. This is a great way of just like making everyone understand that they're here to dominate. They're here, of course, to flex their muscle and to flex what kind of gameplay they can offer inside the battlefield. And here you go, ladies and gents, the first team to bag 2 winner-winner chicken dinners.
Oh yeah, and they offered 7 eliminations together with it, so that's 17 points. Now, to note as well, today, none of the teams actually scored more than 10 with a chicken dinner, that is, to the best of my memory. So that's something that we will observe tomorrow, whether that number will go even higher, maybe like a 15, who knows, right? But yeah, so far the numbers have been rather average when it comes to the elimination points, especially with the top teams. But nevertheless, a chicken dinner is still a chicken dinner, and VOIN Donkey can definitely celebrate this with a double chicken dinner here today.
I do wonder if they've acquired enough points to get the top spot.
We need to leave that to officials. We get to know
okay.
soon.
We'll just have to wait, guys. I'm just eager to see.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance though. I believe that before this, they were somewhere on top, if I'm not mistaken, like maybe like a top 3 or something. If that's true, then this might set them up to be at number 1. But okay, we'll leave that for later, because right now we'll look at the head-to-head between the 2 players of Vampire Esports with almost equal stats.
Yeah, pretty close. Even with the team contribution, it's like 41.67. So, I mean, both of the guys really did an amazing job. And speaking of doing an amazing job, well, Lamborghini again coming from D Savior, snatching the most valuable player for this round, putting up 6 elimination points, 1,117 damage output. And just look at the team contribution here. It's a total of 75.
Wow, to the best of my memory, this is the highest damage by a single individual in a round so far today. So great work here. 6 eliminations to come together with it. Okay, other than him, Lamborghini, we have Genola, 5 eliminations. We have Malo with 5 as well, and we have Berdia. Okay, all these players using pseudonames, okay, with 3 eliminations, but a 100% team contribution. Basically, he scored all the eliminations for his team RRQ.
Okay, where did they got eliminated? I think they got eliminated when they went up against Vampire Esports, if I'm not mistaken. So I feel like he was the only player who was able to kind of defend RQ, or like maybe, but anyway, what's done is done. But match leaderboard, ladies and gents, VOIN Donkey again coming up on top here with 17. They're tied up with Vampire Esports, to be honest. But the only difference is that VOIN Donkey was the one who actually caught that chicken dinner. And REINCE Esports coming in at 3rd place with 12. Oh man, imagine coming in at 2nd place in the match and not even being like, and not even securing the 2nd place in the match rankings here.
Oh, okay. This is a number that we don't get to see all the time. Exactly 100 throwables used. Like, what are the odds of actually hitting this number, right? And also to note that this is the lowest amount of throwables used here today. And that's because of how the terrain is. And we're going to get our overall MVP. As of today, it's going to be Killer YT from DRS.
You know what, sir? I'm not even surprised to see Killer YT to be the MVP here. I mean, overall for day number 1. I mean, this guy have been pretty aggressive right off the bat. He has been on a killing streak the moment that we started the matches, and 13 elimination points is a solid number right there, going through 4 matches today. And of course, we're definitely all curious at the fact that whether or not DRS will be carrying the same momentum tomorrow.
Yeah, they need a chicken dinner. They've always been kind of showing this mojo, like, oh, they're bound to get the chicken dinner somehow. So maybe they will come again tomorrow. But anyway, besides Killer YT being the top MVP, we also have Sky. He's always up here as one of the top MVPs around. Referees from REINCE Esports is at number 3, and we have Supreme from HORAA Esports as well at number 4, and then we have Razak from VOIN Donkey at number 5. So 2 representatives of HORAA Esports. They always have representatives up here in the road to MVP every season.
Imagine we have like 16 teams in the lobby, per match, and imagine the amount of numbers that we have per game. And looking at this top 5 players that actually stood out from the rest is just so amazing. And again, just putting a spotlight to our overall fraggers. We got DRS Killer YT, Sky of HORAA Esports, Ruthless coming from REINCE. We've got Supreme coming again from HORAA, and then Kasim of CelcomDigi Alliance.
Yeah, you got that almost right. CelcomDigi Alliance.
CelcomDigi Alliance. There you go.
CelcomDigi Alliance. Yeah, that's their partnership with Alliance and also CelcomDigi, by the way. So yeah, so VOIN Donkey officially at number 1 by the tiebreaker, by the chicken dinner tiebreaker. Points wise, they're on par with HORAA Esports, but because they scored the 2 chicken dinners, they are officially above HORAA Esports for now, followed by BTR at number 3 with their own chicken dinner as well, 41 points. They share the same amount of points with Vampire Esports too.
You're right. Absolutely right. But again, it's an interesting day 1, to be honest. This is not the kind of pace I was really expecting. But, I mean, the fact that the teams are in the mood to really perform for day number 1 of the playoffs is just so amazing. And I do hope we can get to keep, this kind of energy flowing up until the end of the playoffs.
Oh, I'm sure. Not only the end of the playoffs, but I'm sure in the finals as well, it will be explosive. So again, because this is still the playoff stage, so the goal is to be in the top 16. So as long as you see your favorite team in the top 16, no matter what number it is, they're fine for now. But if you don't see them on page 1 or page 2, and you only see them on page 3, well, that means that your favorite team needs your support. So come back here again tomorrow to put your support in the comment section, because I'm pretty sure that the teams will feel your mojo to be from the chat to their gameplay, and hopefully they'll be able to perform to be at least in the top 16. And I'm referring to like teams on page number 3, as you can see here. FaZe Clan, at least they scored at 1 point. They didn't end their day with a 0, but that also means that they need a lot more points tomorrow to be on page 2 at least.
But of course, I think it's already safe to say that day number 1 have been dominated by the Indonesians, just because of the fact that there are 2 teams that are really representing the Indonesians, of course, in the number of chicken dinners won, and also the fact that VOIN Donkey was able to score 2 chicken dinners. So I do wonder, of course, which region is going to step up, for tomorrow. But there you go, ladies and gents. Hopefully you guys are keeping tabs on the score here. And also one great note to talk about is the fact that FaZe, before they got eliminated by DRS and Hacienda de Patron, they were able to score at least 1 point. So I am expecting some sort of alteration, a mix, on how they balance being aggressive and being passive in tomorrow's set of matches.
Yeah, tomorrow will be a brand new day, but the points will still remain. So it's all about collecting those points to be at least in the top 16 by the end of the playoffs before we head on to the grand finals next week, ladies and gentlemen. So fret not, still plenty of games to go. We're just done with day number 1. Day number 2 will obviously be tomorrow. So it will be same time, same channel, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be wrapping up the show for tonight. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow. My name is CelcomDigi together with Red Queen. Good night.